Pegada megada. Pegada megada begada. Pegada megada begada act. Pegada megada.
And they're all trying to pick up on it.
Damn, you look like shit this evening, baby. Look like that one door, baby. Look like that one door, baby. You look like absolute complete shit, baby. Absolute shit, baby. Are you still in the trailer? Damn. Left you alone for a week and you ain't even changed nothing, baby. You ain't got a haircut, nothing. Hey, you talking about?
Alright, so I thought I'd hop on for a moment.
You need to laugh, baby? I got you, dog. You know, I got you, dog. Say.
Anyway.
Oh, shoot. Jody got her a little money. She went pawn shop shopping. Look at her. She got a pinky ring. Hell no. That's one of them bread ties with the paper stripped off it. Hell, you mean? Hell yeah, that's like 3 bread ties all wound together in a French braid around her pinky. You know, if she had anything of worth, she'd have already hawked the shit. She's not a collector. She's a seller. How many participants we got? Holy shit, not many. That'll answer that. Holy cow. You notice how this cow always comes on the line and she's going to do like a 19-hour stream or a 19-month stream. And the first fucking thing she does is yawn. Like, come on, woman. We're tired of looking down your throat. So is Jody. I mean, Andy. Ooh-wee.
Anyway. Yeah, it's been one of those days.
Jody, your hand looks like a dead lady's hand. Holy shit. What the hell's wrong with you right now? Whoa-wee. Good golly. Damn, you have the hand of a corpse. You put that arm in a death box. Shit.
Oh, is this around here, right?
Jody, you look post-mortem. Fuck. Your hand looks like it's radioactive. I'm not tripping, y'all. Her hand is greenish, bluish, blue lagoonish. What the hell am I looking at? On a lighter note, it looks like her neck nipple got smaller. Moving forward. Yeah, I'm going to have to take this one outside. This one's going to get flagrant.
I'll tell you, they are trying super hard.
Look at Jody. Bought herself some bling. Meanwhile, she's got a booby trap for a mouth. Make that make sense.
Super hard this week. Already.
Hey, Jody, did you get you some new Big Lots nails? Ooh-wee. I see you haven't washed that glass, you nasty cuss. Oh, my God. Look, it's the same cup. She refuses to get that thing next to some soap and some water. Oh, my God. Well, hey, water's hard to come by. The only water she's got access to, we discussed this shit. It's called rip-off water. I don't care if it's $2 a case. You got to spend $8 in gas to go get it. So it's a ripoff. Man, she won't even spit shine that coffee cup. Look at her. Meanwhile, this idiot, she's got her camera backwards. Oh, jeez. This is good night team strategy. Let's see if we can make this work. Hold on. Camera. Oh, yeah, right here. We'll do the same shit. Now should be able to see this idiot. Let me see. Can you people see this idiot? Is your shirt say the right shit? Jeez. This is dismal, stool. For Christ's sake. Hell no, it only flipped me. FFS. Isn't that what you ladies say? FFS. All right. What's up, baby? What's up to all the babies?
Voice picks up certain times, you know. conveniently.
Look at the head on this watermelon.
And anyway,
She's got the neck of an action fighter. You know, like she got a neck of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Damn, her neck is action packed. Yeah. She's got two Adam's apples too. Look at this one here. Look at this one here. Ooh, hey, baby. You keep picking up these extra orifices. I know that's not the right way to say it, but you give her something to tag along with tonight. So it's an orifice. It's kind of like a porpoise, except for this one doesn't swim. Ooh-wee.
anybody remember
Probably not, because you buried it in over 2,600,000 hours of YouTube BS.
criminality? They were around last year.
I bet you don't remember. Here we go, looking ass.
Looks like they're trying to maybe come back up recently.
I sure hope she would. I bet your behavior be different this time.
On this 1 year thing. Anybody remember them?
She was my very first swatter. Damn, Jody. YouTube needs to breathe some life into the lungs of your channel. It's laboring for air right now. Ooh-wee, baby. Oh.
In my home, Dolly. Almost the whole gang's here.
Oh, now you got a gang, huh? Yeah. A gang of novice morticians and taxidermists. Yeah. And this bitch is half what do you? Hey, what are the people? Entomologists. This bitch is an entomologist. This bitch is a beetleologist. This bitch is a walking human life-size dung beetle. Yeah, she's down to the only jewelry she can't hawk, y'all. They're like, hell no, we don't want that shit.
If anyone sees them wandering in the YouTube streets, holler.
I'm right here. You sack squash resemblancer. I see you got the Martina Navratilova rocking there in the back, baby. Good for you. He said Martina Navratilova. And she got the Pete Sampras rocking. Look at that thing. Yeah. Look like she does more blow than Andre Agassi. You see where I'm going with all this tennis fever? Jody, you know what? I bet that's actually her new boyfriend's wedding ring for his ex. Meanwhile, this bitch is so large, his wedding ring fits on her pinky. Holy shit. Jody Stool's ring is like it's like the circumference of a what do they call that? JFK 50-cent piece. Yeah, the 1979s, the good ones.
Anyway.
Meanwhile, that's not tie-dyed.
I was trying to get everything calmed down, chilled out. Blah.
Hey, what you really should do is try to not be a suspect tomorrow and get yourself into something with some square footage, baby. I mean, good goodness. I've seen clinical rats got more room than you, baby. Hell you mean. Dogs at the pound, their kennels are bigger than yours. That's only meant to be for like 13 hours at a time, not 13 months. You're always stretching the bounds here.
Whatever's going on.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this outside so I can get loud. You guys just bear with me. Just bear with me. Yeah, meanwhile, I'm trying to get this damn sponsorship with Fresh Market because Benny Keys is so fucking fresh. If you go to Fresh Market right now, go to Fresh Market and you can get 65% off your first box, right? And you know what? Of course, there's a hustle to it, right? You can wait until you after you get that first box. That first box is going to come to $44, right? Gourmet, you dig? So, um, if if you've already done the damn fresh with one email, let me tell you what, baby. Started with another one and send it to your neighbor house. Hey, they really got that's what we're having tonight is the fresh market looking ass. We're having foo burgers. Yeah, they, how is everybody doing? I'm just trying to get a little ground back on the old work mule here. Trying to catch up to her. Holy shit. And in commemorance of this day, in commemorance of this moment, I went and found the white trashiest shirt I have, Jody. I'm gonna give you something to really make fun of. She's so lonely, so lonely, so lonely. I got a bucket, all right. Hell yeah. Jody, let me tell you what. The grass is probably greener on the other side, baby. I'm just saying. The grass is probably greener on the other side. Hey, Royal Blue, what's up, baby? Good to see you, Queen. Queen, here we go. We finna catch up to her. Ooh, I got it upside down.
Myself and others currently, but yeah, not feeling good.
Couldn't. Not feeling good. Holy fuck, you've been smoking 60 cigarettes a day for fucking a long time, baby. It's been a long time coming when she comes. Look at that. Hell, you mean. Okay, I'm like, man, hold on. Hey, Brooke, thank you so much for your contribution this evening, baby. You know me's the world to me, baby. We just getting fired up. You understand me? Prop me up beside the jukebox when I die. Look at that ass. Shit.
And criminality. I was looking. I noticed something weird.
Look harder. Look for yourself an apartment. Oh, wait, you got to wait till Boogie busts off his first army check. Who I? I don't want to go to heaven. I don't want to go tonight. Look at that. Jody, fucking hygiene looks terrible, baby. Prop me up beside the jukebox when I die. Yeah, I want to go to heaven. I don't want to go tonight.
Did you start a backup?
Fill my boots up with sand. Look at that.
Because the other, you heard.
Oh, no, she's
Yeah, I
talking
figured it
about
wouldn't
all
take
of
long.
them. Look at here.
Honestly, you were still
She's
hanging out
talking
amongst
about
the YouTube streets.
Doug.
I figured it wouldn't take long for you to hear. I was wondering if it'd be okay for me to play a couple pieces of yours off of the other channel.
But I don't want to go tonight. Fill my boots. You know what? Let me preface this by anything this bitch is gonna play, I've never been a suspect. Jody, you keep forgetting you're a suspect, bitch. So any of my bad behavior online is excusable. Because I'm not a suspect, baby. Fill my boots up with sand. Put a tall drink in my hand. Prop me up beside the jukebox when I die.
This wasn't about the summer. This was about the class consistency.
Lied about my dabbles. Hell, you talking about I don't lie about no dabbles? I don't fuck with no dabbles, zippity doo wahs, whirly birds.
This is one with the baby.
She sure
The
does,
little
baby.
pasty.
To the T. But I don't want to go
Are
tonight.
you from that same duo where, you left the one? Are there more than those that happened last year?
Prop me up beside the jukebox. Seems he never had any.
Yeah.
Never. All my children
Please
are
tell me there's a
immaculate
multiple reporting
conception.
officer channel where, oh gosh, what was that?
Snake oil salesman. What else? But I don't want to go tonight. Everyone else should be arrested,
Do
but
don't do it.
not
Really good.
him.
It'll be like, Bloody Mary or, Beetlejuice.
Jody, don't make me sit on this bucket. Jaded, thank you for becoming a member this evening, baby. You know me's the world. Say, baby.
That's what they remember.
Hey, Jenny.
This particular group. I'm talking about
The targeter, the terrorizers, and the harassers. They're damn near domestic terrorists. But you don't want to go tonight.
Oh, yeah, it's getting wild, too. It's getting wild. I was even thinking about giving lockdown one. It's been a weird day.
Hey, does anybody have an idea about what she's triggered about? She's triggered as the fuck. Holy shit.
I liked that. That was so fucking handy, dude.
Man, who you talking to, crazy old man girl? Boy. Ain't no boys up here. Well, you better come correct. Fuck you talking about?
And what was it that split up last year and the other one was being crazy every time the other one used anything off that channel? You remember, dude?
Do. And that ain't for hair do. Because we seen your hair do, Hickey. It's like a bunch of fucking spiders.
Well, I mean, no, it's like a 70s song, but about, what, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Hey, y'all come over here. Watch this bullshit. You can't understand her mumbling?
Last night, I was out. Like Delta Dawn comes
Girl,
on.
I'm going to give you one more again.
What the hell is it? Oh, yeah,
You better quit that shit.
Okay, I'm not
I'm on one. Because, baby, I'm on one. Look at that. I can't understand it either.
I don't know if I did it.
Jody, you should have a standing rule, like one bath every 20 cigarette, like every 20 cigarette pinnacle you reach, you need to try to rinse off, baby. For real. You gonna fuck around and get somebody addicted shaking hands and shit. Yeah, we're on the other channel.
They're always saying stuff. And it depends on when, where.
Oh, you ain't finna learn me nothing.
How.
Boy, you really digging a hole. Low key. She got a Crisco too. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. She's a full-time stand-in hair model for what is that shit? Pomade. Yeah, she's the dapperest of Dans. Jody. Low key hole.
Really?
She is looking,
That's what
yeah,
they
yeah.
do?
She's looking jaundiced as the fuck. Prop me up.
Okay, so
Thank
maybe
you,
I
Autumn. Autumn, I love your profile
go.
picture. Ah! Oh, wait. Thank you for that. Thank you, Autumn.
Oh, I do
Prop
recall seeing a
me
link for
up.
that. And
You know, like there's like a few people in this community that I refuse to even address. Um, the lockdown dude, he's one of them, right? Like he's a white separatist. I got no use for a loser like that. And he like comes on the line ripping up his steroid boxes with his mouth. Like, bro, that's not even cute. You know what I'm saying? You did a whole bunch of good stuff, I thought, with the Gabby Petito stuff. That's what people made it look like. But then what happened, bro? Like your real life stepped back in. You know what I'm saying? There wasn't a tragedy, and then now look at you, bro. Like you struggle. You really struggle, bro. You're struggling in all facets. About like Nicolina.
criminally, I was talking about the lowercase t on the channel, but it was a classic and sincere.
Hell no, she ain't bona fide. She's
I don't know
trailer
about
homified. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I'm not a big fan of that song.
Especially if it's yours and you own it. But she just fucking somebody else's property up
Yeah,
every second.
no,
Like when she breathes, she's fucking up somebody's situation. For real.
That song, as I recall it.
Oh shit. You know what that yawn means, ladies and gentlemen?
Not really the lyrics in between.
That fucking yawn means we're about to be here for another 7 hours. I mean, I won't. She will. How did I get a rainbow background? I don't know.
No,
That's not. Oh, that's her. That ain't mine. That's her. But I don't want to go tonight. Where's Pickles?
See, I feel like it was
probably somewhere trying out new vests. Yeah. You already know. Very late. Cammy, I ain't had no choice, gang. Justice for Pickles. Free Pickles until it's backwards. Until Pickles free. Hey, Autumn Haynes, thank you so much for your fucking contribution this evening, Queen. You know means the fucking world to me, baby. Hey, Piper, what's up, baby? Say Pickles. Say Pickles. When we say free pickles, we don't mean we want cucumbers without a price. We mean free that cat, baby. Put a cold beer in my hand.
That I was looking for.
Ooh, that shit is stinky. Hey, Roswell. Hell yeah. Don't look her shirt right in the eye. That motherfucker will make your shirt dirty. It's communicable. Hey, Stool. You know what? I see a future in all this shit for you. After you get out of prison, you can you can merge your channel with White Boy Lockdown Radio. Y'all be looking out for that collab coming soon. Coming real soon. Looking ass.
Because I believe it was a man that announced the certain bit.
Hey, you know what? I sure hope criminality is smart enough to remember you're a suspect and come over here and treat you as fucking such. You grunt, you. You're private suspect first class. Ah, Karen, what's up, baby? Thank you for joining us this evening.
What came out and it over one day?
Pickles take the money and run. Hell yeah. That lady, he is pretty gross. Oh, it's that shit making his face change like that. Every time I see him, it's like one ear gets lower and lower. It's like the Titanic. It's just sinking while the other ear is just
I had
holding
y'all on
fast.
traveling.
Yeah, it's gonna be impossible to buy sunglasses at that rate. Holy shit. You need a one of a kind sunglass. He's a fucking hold on.
No.
He's a fucking architect. Hey Kira, what's up, beautiful? Beautiful. I came to act up, motherfucker me. And smoke big trees too. make no mistake. But I don't wanna go tonight. You know what the bright side of all this shit is? Even if she never goes to prison and we all go about our ways, I don't have to worry about seeing her in heaven. You know this bitch is going straight to fucking hell. Hell yeah. TSA just weigh that bitch through like, go ahead. That bitch will be on fire on the way down. Hell yeah. I mean, like, man, put her out so that they can light her up, man. It's like dying on death row. They're gonna do every life-saving measure to keep you alive so they can kill you tomorrow. Hell yeah. So somebody prop this bitch up.
So this little soundbite.
Oh yeah, Dolly Vision, bro. I got some questions for you, my friend. It's as a result of your ex girlfriend. Your ex girlfriend. She had a man on there with many paddles, booty paddles, on the wall behind him. Wait, you know what I mean? He started to go into a little line of questioning about some, some PEDO shit, homie. Um, you tell me about that part, man. Like, I was fucking with the whole video. I was rocking with it. Then all of a sudden, that part came out. Um, Jinx Turtle, thanks so much for your fucking contribution to She and the Queen. You know me's the world to me, baby. Free pickles. Yeah, until pickles is free. Nah, for real, bro. Um, hell yeah. Your cellmate, he kind of diverted one way, and Missa just she like Jesus, she just grabbed the wheel and pulled the bitch up on the road, homie. But it has something to do with some kids and shit. Um, man, I don't know. I'm gonna reach out to you privately for comment, but I thought fucking I'm here a time like the present.
Self-explanatory. So let's give it a go. Have I been an asshole? Yes. Have I been full before in my life? Yes. Have I been a bullshitter? Yes. But I'm not that now. And if you've been a bullshitter and you've been a liar, you can read through all these people. That was our favorite dingleberry.
That's awesome, Jody.
Sure was.
Hey, you idiot, there's a little button down at the bottom. It looks like a TV. Click that and then click share screen so we can laugh with you. I want to feel all fucking bubbly too.
It wasn't Beta Mason. And then there's like some song made for,
Yeah, Days. Yeah. No, it was something exactly like that. You know what I'm saying? And she was like, y'all heard it? She was like, no, we're not going to talk about that right now. And I was like, ding, 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 ding. I'm like, hold on. Wait a minute. Boy, y'all put some nitro in it. Ooh. It's the upper room. It's the upper room.
Pretty amazing.
Susu B, thank you so much for your fucking contribution this evening, Queen. You know me's the word to me, baby. She said, "Hey, hi, Benny. Will you ever go? Will will you go over what you and Miss Sanchez spoke about on Ben Hill, please? Um, yes, I will actually. I will do that tomorrow for you. How about that? That's yeah. I mean, I've got about it's about a 20 or a 29-minute phone call with Miss Sanchez recorded, and yes, I will go over that. You're that's an awesome idea. Thank you, CC. You're welcome. No. Thank you. Um, I think I may have loosely kind of went over it, just kind of lightly, but yeah, no, we can dig into it. No, we can certainly dig into that. Absolutely.
It has been 77 days now since Warren and Orson West were reported missing from their home in California City. There's been a lot of rumors and some misinformation. So,
you know what? Yeah, remember the first night Jody Stool started letting her harassers on, right? Her terrorists, her attackers. She started letting all those people on. We all sort of, I think, kind of congruently agreed that was, probably a celebratory mood. This shit don't look like somebody had a receipt and took the celebration back. That's what this shit is very, very representative of. Fuck yes. This one here has had a bad day.
Surrounding this investigation. So Deej Perla Shaheen is in studio tonight with what police have to say. Perla? Well, Jim, this case has caused a lot of infighting.
Hey, while she's looking at all of our past performances on other cases, let us remember Jody Stool. Jody Sue. She also knew about the Carly Trent situation. She knew the whole innards, the guts, if you will, right? She knew about all of it. You got to ask yourself, how did she know about the cabin back in the woods? Hoo-ah? Yeah, because I guess the ideal was there wasn't a fucking road to it. Hoo-ah?
Between members of the public who feel deeply connected to the boys. This civil war has caused the spread of many rumors online that sometimes are.
Now, also, you have to factor in finality, right? Everything, and this is what was so heartbreaking for me about the West case was that it's loosely been said that they could have been passed for quite some time before it even popped up on the radar that they were gone. And so everyone with these super high emotions, and of course it was my first situation, and I mixed. I didn't mix nothing. I did the same thing there that I did here, and that was innocent before proven guilty. And it was like I understand people feel a certain way, but when you don't have any evidence, all you can do is sort of mirror and of course make the connections, right? And there was a ton of Crip gang member connections on all sides, except for the adoptive family, as I believe. There wasn't really that stiff gang tie there. And so meanwhile, everyone says, XYZ about the other person's performance. Everyone points a finger. You had people that were searchers that were outside on lives doing drugs, drinking. You had a lot of different dynamics going on with the West case. And that what ultimately is the finality is that the boys were already gone. And so it didn't matter what any of us did, right? I mean, it didn't matter. So
Are harmless, but not always.
But meanwhile, I wasn't never no suspect.
Sounds familiar.
Happy birthday, Joe. Happy birthday.
Yeah. Today marks 2.5 months since 3-year-old Orson and 4-year-old Orrin West were reported missing. The facts of the case are still going forward. The boys have.
I mean, so it's very interesting as well when you understand the dynamic of someone that is covering. And now let me take that back. Someone that is interested in witnessing and looking at, because by all understanding and all guesstimation, I mean, you don't have to guess. We understand that this woman was paying attention to missing cases before this. Now, all of a sudden, you've got yourself in one right next door. You want to be the chief true crime correspondent, but meanwhile, you can't clear yourself as a suspect, right? You cannot. So, how many days from June 15th, 2021 till today? Rebecca Blum, thank you so much for your fucking contribution this evening, Queen. You know it means the world to me, baby. Thank you to the Blum family. Love you, baby. I love you like a fat kid loves cake, baby. So where we at here? We are at 482, Stool. It's a fucking shame. I'm guessing you might make it. I sure hope you don't, but you might make it to triple digits. Damn. I mean, four digits, quattros. You're gonna make it to the K's, baby. I sure hope. And if you make it to the K's, that sucks for Summer Wells. But I'm thinking the way it looks, man, you might just stay a suspect until the day you burn in hell, just like you asked the other day. You dirty bitch, you.
Not been located, and there has been no arrests made. Bakersfield Police Department is now the lead agency on the case. Around 50 officers and FBI agents searched for evidence in a dirt lot near the Casa Loma apartments on Saturday, but they've given no information on developments in the investigation. On a daily basis, there's case movement, there's interviews that occur, there's items of evidence that are searched. This leaves time for the public to speculate, and that speculation results in online arguments and finger pointing. Yep, that kind of sounds familiar. These guys believe that they're trying to make a difference, and by these guys, he means quite a few of these fellows over here that are now in this constant summer state. But in particular, two, which are Dingleberry Doug and Floppy Keys there, and they were called out by newspapers, etc., by name, and by the police chief, etc. In this particular one. Also, I think this is the one that also had the early trial run for Billboard scam. I believe it was Classic Consistency that had that. That also sounds familiar, doesn't it? Pretty sure it's Classic Consistency. Or was it
Sorry,
Cassius?
I dropped my lighter.
Can't remember if it was Cash Germans or if it was Classic Consistency that had the trial run for the scam Billboard bullshit like happened in summer of 423 and Kraken and the rest. Trying to help us out, but it appears to me that they're just fighting with each other. One YouTuber, Doug Hutton, accused the neighbor of the adoptive parents in California. And of course, we've all heard this. Everybody's heard. Didn't seen this redundantly, but it's always good for a revisit, right? The city.
Yeah, like 482 days of revisiting suspect life, right? That's a hell of a revisiting.
Of being connected.
Doug was never a suspect either.
To the boy's disappearance. That neighbor then put pictures of Hutton all over the adoptive parent's house, along with a... Who can imagine neighbors?
That Doug didn't do it.
Fucking enough. Doug.
Did she just say something about imagine fucking neighbors? Hold the phone.
Adoptive parent's house, along with a... Who can imagine neighbors having fucking enough of Doug? Fucking enough.
Imagine Stool having enough of the Wells shit. Imagine that. Imagine Jody Sue upset enough with the Wells shit. Yeah, while they're over there, you get tired of listening to that shit, all of a sudden one goes missing, all of a sudden nobody don't know nothing, huh? You don't know nothing, huh? You forgot. I don't know what I was driving looking ass. Hell yeah. Fuck you talking about. Hell yeah. This bitch is bringing up old cases. Meanwhile, she's failed to explain thoroughly what the fuck a death box is. Meanwhile, Andy, bro, I know anything that had to do with some money, partner, you was in on it, bro. So for you to say you don't know, that's another man, y'all mashing buttons at the Family Feud, but losing profusely, falling off horribly. You understand me?
Dingleberry Hutton and many Floppy Keys. Who could fucking imagine neighbors being fed all the fucking way up? After being false.
Man, let me call Doug Hutton and see if he's busy. See if he want to come over here, over to my barbecue. Fuck you talking about? Feel free to come over to and join my situation. Jody is typical. All right.
Oh, I don't know. This sounds real familiar. This is on stage. Banner asking Doug Hutton, where are the boys? On Friday, Hutton saw the postings and took them down. Then he went to the neighbor's house, was walking around at the neighbor's house. You think he'll still live here with the super tattoo lady in Tennessee and like take posters down? It's fine. One of the people who lives in that house showed up. They had a confrontation in the street. We responded and had to deal with the confrontation. And he ended up going to jail because he had some outstanding misdemeanor warrants. Police say Hutton was then cited and released. Now I have to use my resources to respond to these incidents and deal with these incidents when that again is taking focus away from the actual investigation. Anyone with the information is out.
Jody Sue, it looks like the left side of your face, baby, is evaporating.
To call the secret witness line at 661-3. I'll recall in Dylan Round's case. Called him out. What's the one Utah girl? Whatever she was on. She got the interview with the
Autumn.
The DA or something.
He knew about the roadkill. That's them folks not wanting to lie on each other. That's what it is. Cause see, if one says they know about something, it automatically it just automatically sets something into motion for the other person, right? And so it's just better to come here and look like a dimwit than to come here and say what you know. Because this the thing, man. The police, they've told y'all all this shit over and over and over. And so for y'all to come here and say you don't know, Jody Stuhl's a fucking lie, bitch. They done told you these fucking details so many fucking times, and you come here, both of y'all, and say you don't know what the fuck's going on, huh? All of a sudden you don't remember nothing, huh? Guess what, you fucking idiots? The internet is infinity, and the infinity is the infinity. The internet has never lost a fight. What that means is you can't tell the police one thing, and then if this shit ends up in a court, bitch, all these fucking backwards ass things you said, you know what it does? It negates everything you said. It means nothing.
About a year.
Meanwhile, you look like you're gonna be sitting on the bucket tough tonight. Holy shit. Damn. Somebody didn't remind me about my damn invention I'm trying to get going. That's them damn toilet seats that are foldable that you can use on the run. Like they clip right onto a standard 5-gallon bucket. You dig? Hell yeah, Autumn. I'm way too fucking good at this. Dutchie, what's up, Queen? Say, baby. The woman on the videos talking about BK was really doxxed bad by him. No, she wasn't at all. She doxed herself, one of those things. And then a fanatic, she says, went to her house. I don't know. That ain't got nothing to do with me. I didn't fucking send nobody nowhere. I ain't talked to no police, not one time about none of that shit.
She got the statement from Doug called her a liar on the fucking panel, but then all the shit gets mentioned on the news, and then suddenly he tries to push a narrative like what people are in the gaslight, do the whole thing like, people aren't seeing and hearing exactly what.
Sherry, what's up, Queen? Good to see you, baby.
The news people are saying, which is that, I don't know, Doug Dingleberry is hot pile of shit again. And he's just like, we're on the news, we helped, blah, blah, blah. And actually, that's what the opposite of what the news piece is putting out, and what Candace is saying, all that, Oh, boy. Yeah, and then he only gets his clip, and he makes it like they're on the news. But they're on the news for calling Utah or whatever it was out, and trying to make him look like liars on the panel while he was trash.
I know who that is, too.
That was just, what, a couple weeks ago? Right? And then he was called out again by media around the case. Yeah.
Jody, you got called out by the fucking sheriff, you fucking numbskull. Remember, unfounded? What are you talking about? This bitch just always conveniently forgets the shit that makes her look a bigger ass than the person she's trying to make look an ass. Holy Christ.
And by another family of another victim, right? Yep. 224040. That's an honor. You know what? Where are the boys, Doug Hutton? Guess what? If anyone's going to find them, it's me.
Hell yeah, Jody. She done smoked that fucking cat straight to an iron lung. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, she got that motherfucker simmering in the crock pot right now, probably.
Why do they always say that? Does anybody notice they do that? Your case.
Jody, you know I know about what's going on in your life right now that you're ignoring, and it's acting like it isn't happening moving forward.
The line they scream is, "Where are the boys? Where's Summer? Where's where's Gabby? Where's Dylan? Where's Kylie?" And that they're always going to solve it, right? While terrorizing neighbors, community members, etc. Outside of the families they obviously terrorize, like Candace Dawn.
Jody's one of those people. I think we can all agree. Jody's one of those people that for 12 months she tried to enforce upon us the fact that her husband was a cheater. Meanwhile, if he was sleeping with other people, I fucking see why. I don't blame him. I don't think there's a person here that blames him. Why don't they blame him, Benny? Because I'll tell you why. He was not in a matrimonious. He was not married to this woman. There was nothing that said he had to follow any sort of code or biblical clock. None of that. It was his girlfriend. Looking ass. Now, where they did mess up is they had them chillins out of wedlock. You know what I mean? Yes, Beverly. Where's Summer, Jody Loaf?
It's Dylan, Kylie's family, etc. I mean, all of them, right? Anyway, yeah. How dare you guys abuse the boys in this way? How dare you come out here and have your little AV news crew and your little and I believe this whole thing was what AV. I know AV had hands in sharing pieces throughout this too. Watchman had a thing, and then at this point, Keys was with what, the unit and all that, correct? I think they're gonna get away with this shit. Well, guess what? Look how sad these people are. Look how sad these people are. You guys are following a bunch of goons like this? And littering? Littering and drinking until he falls out of his chair.
Suspect them. Suspect them.
How sad.
Suspect till the day she burns in hell.
This boy just brought up defamating. Defamating. Okay. And then
defamating. That's cute. Jody, it's not defamating if it's true. It's just something you don't want to hear back.
Because it rhymed. He wasn't defecating. Yeah, I know Keys was Big Birdie's sidekick, but he's also trying to split off during a whole fucking shit show there.
You're a fucking idiot.
What's this? And let's be real, once again, in this scenario, you have Floppy, Dingleberry.
I'm sorry, y'all.
And all the others connected. I mean, AB's already in there. The whole nine. I mean,
That's bullshit. AB hated me at that time. Absolutely hated me.
If anybody wants to come get me, I'm here. I'm here. Matter of fact, I'm going to walk over and knock on the door of AB News Crew's affiliate and let him know that he should have already been listening to it up. One moment for Cage at noon. There you go. Here comes Asbestos. Lovely, lovely Asbestos.
Meanwhile, what she doesn't know is that same neighbor called Doug as a man named Wood. They acted like they knew where the boys were and that they couldn't deal with the police, so they had to meet Doug, and they were going to tell Doug. That was this day. Then some men tried to come and jump Doug. All of that happened offline. Nobody knows. You know what I'm saying? Dude said he had it on camera. He ain't ever showed that part. Nobody knows. So.
She gave A.D. Watchman an exclusive statement regarding the cuts on Doug's arms or the reports surrounding that. Here we go. Got cuts on his arm. I didn't.
I mean, some gourmet onion burger from Fresh Market. Boy.
No, that he blamed Mike. The chief of police did not tell me that. Mike didn't tell me that, so I just didn't include it. And also, as I said, I can't report anything unless it's reported from the chief of police himself.
No, kitty cat.
Or at least from some
no thanks, Doug.
document that I can verify is accurate and everything. I mean, seriously.
Margaret, much love back to Scotland.
Oh, what the hell did I just see?
Probably not what the rest of us
Hold on,
saw.
Resurrection. Are you saying that the neighbor was with the W group? Because that's the stretchy face goofball that's make me cringe on a regular.
You're welcome, kitty cat.
Sloppy was with
Karen,
the
yes,
W
I
group,
do.
the stretchy face weirdo crazies that name themselves after a news outlet.
What is the W group? I don't even know what that is.
Do yeah, that place can indeed take a picture of an apple and make it into a whole criminal enterprise. Absolutely. That's like downtown Hoosier. It's like I'm so ashamed that was an
Yes, Sheba, I'm almost done anyhow. I'm sorry.
We all grow as human beings.
It just happened quick like that. I'll be right back.
I am going to take it because I don't want anybody ever going to say anything over it. It's a terrible place. Even I don't partake. That place is a shell. Oh, what the fuck? Never mind. Okay. I scrolled. I went somewhere. I did. Okay. Let me see. I really don't want to hear any more of Asbestos' voice. But in this situation, playing his little role, is that all these fucking cases? I can't do a he said, she said type of thing because I really don't know what happened, and both sides are telling me two completely different stories. So I just went with what the chief of police told me.
Thank you, Sheba.
Yeah.
She rocking the helmet here.
I heard a different side of that story from him and Jamie, his friend, saying that he jumped a fence and that's why he got cuts on his arm. I didn't know that he blamed Mike. The chief of police did not tell me that. Mike didn't tell me. Yeah. You know, to blame it all. You know, it's fine. It's fine. So I just didn't include it. And also, as I said, I can't report anything unless it's reported from the chief of police himself, or at least from some substantial document.
Oh, this is that reporter that lost her job. I forgot what her name was. She reported something the wrong way, and next thing you know, she wasn't doing the news no more.
That I can verify is accurate and everything. You might have only stuck that company. But in this situation, hold up.
Skilo, what's up, baby?
He said, she said type of thing because I really don't know what happened, and both sides are telling me two completely different stories. So I just went with what the chief of police told me. Now on to this fool. Guess what he's doing next? Calling Mike. Why can't you just leave? Oh look, there's another sloppy moment in history where he shows everybody's number on the screen and then he's calling it repeatedly over and over and over and over again and just harassing the shit out of him. Boy, that sounds familiar. Looks familiar, doesn't it?
He was doing the same thing to me, him and two of his friends.
Yeah.
She don't know about that.
Yeah.
Beverly,
yep.
Not a real one.
There was this one time at band camp. Anyway, but yeah, y'all seen it. If you've been around long enough, watched, etc. from Facebook here, y'all.
Hey, you guys want to see some of Jody's news stuff? Let me show you. We can trade back and forth. How about that, Jody?
The thing that's different.
Will that work, Jody?
Lives across the street from a neighboring property. On mirroring mountains, together they can be described as sentinels, which sit high over Ben Hill Road. The night Summer went missing, the neighbor swears that she and her two children heard a scream shortly before they joined the search for...
Yeah. This bitch done fucked around and made both her little ones, what does she call them? Tiny humans? She done fucked around and made both her tiny humans fucking dirty liars too. Because guess what? If the fucking chief don't believe her, he also don't believe her dirty lying children, I guess. Fucking put it together. I don't have to do it for you, for fuck's sake.
...for a now missing Summer Wells.
It's there, but you want to forget.
On the watch and hypervigilant. That's how Jody sued.
I wonder what she was doing back then.
Well, I've seen and heard him do this to me and others. He definitely has done it to C and D at point.
Brown was the very day Summer Wells went missing.
There was no TV, no noise at all.
Jody Sue was in her cabin with her teenage kids, 19 and 14, waiting for anything.
No. Tiny humans. Ansley, tiny fucking humans. Get it together.
We were kind of hyper alert because of property things that had happened the day before. So we were.
You see how she talks like a song? That's probably how you know that bitch is lying. We were hyper vigilant because of property issues from the day before. Some shit I don't fucking know. You lying ass bitch. You lie more than a warm stick of butter, bitch.
We were kind of hyper alert because of property things that had happened the day before. So we were.
Because of property things that happened the day before. Bitch, who are you? Willy Wonka looking ass?
Listening for noise, everything was kind of quiet.
The sale brought a plethora of people to their door.
Why the fuck they keep saying this bitch brought a plethora of people to their door? Even this bitch said they kept coming. Motherfucker, when you said they was still coming, the shit was already sold, you fucking idiot.
Confused about which piece of land was for sale, leading to a dispute of property lines.
While we were out at one point doing survey lines, and there was a flash of a car that went up Candace and Donnie's driveway.
Donnie. Yeah. It's Donald in the front and it's Donnie in the back. You understand me? Donald in the front, Donnie in the back. Hold on, man. She's sideways lying. Hell yeah. She's sideways lying. Fuck you talking about, like that hard rain that comes in sideways.
While we were out at one point doing survey lines, and there was a flash of a car that went up Candace and Donnie's driveway. Something about it struck me wrong.
Now this is where the contradiction starts. She said, I saw a flash, right?
Flash of a car that went up.
Flash of a fucking car, mijo. Car.
Candace and Donnie's driveway. Something about it struck me wrong.
She and her family next heard a truck door slam.
Then Ansley says she'd heard a fucking truck door. Now, god damn it, where is the dick fucking tation? Ooh-wee. Holy shit. Somebody got this all fucked up. Hold on, man. Y'all making it sound like it's two vehicles up there looking at. She's saying it's a car, and then she says it's a truck. Now, we know it's all sorts of fucking information swapped back and forth, like spit on a lucky night after the bar. You understand me? So we were trying to figure out what the fuck this is. This shit kind of hidden to me differently now, bro. Was there two vehicles? Did you tell Ansley there was a truck up there too? And a car? Because that's what it sounds like looking at. You said a car and a truck. Yeah, it saw a flash of a circle and it sounded like blue. Hell yeah. Donnie, like they go way back, right? Hell yeah. Where'd she get that Donnie shit from? Either settling debts on the way to town or hanging out with Candace. Either one of them is fucked up.
Something about it struck me wrong.
She and her family next heard a truck door slamming and dismissed it as their neighbors. The next sound was harder to justify. About an hour and a half before Summer is thought to go missing, Jody Sue, her
hour and a half. All right, we don't got to do it. We did it before.
Son and her daughter heard something far more suspicious. A scream.
And it was at that very moment, Sheriff Lawson said they were all three unfucking founded. Yeah.
Stopped all three of us cold.
Her daughter.
Bitch, you look like you're addicted to bath salts.
Was the first to go to the cabin door. Then.
And you done ate most of your own face. That bitch said maybe it's a cow. Moo looking ass. And then you see the cameraman right here playing cute. Because you know it ain't no fucking cows nowhere. These are the cows she's talking about with her stiff lip, upper lip bitch ass. These are the cows. You understand me? These are the ones.
All three were there listening.
Yeah, they're playing cute.
I'm sure it's kind of his trademark.
Leave this poor guy alone.
What's up, bro?
Why are your lips discolored like you've been sucking rusty pipes all day?
Just Benny. Oh, what's up? What's up with you, bro? What's up? Man.
Oh, yeah, this is Gay Sean. This is the searcher. They got hamstrung sniffing cocaine on the line over and over and over again. And then the fool asked anyone that walked up to him if they had liquor in their house. Meanwhile, if he wasn't sniffing cocaine or drinking liquor while he was searching. He was standing in front of the adoptive family's house, throwing up gang signs or some crazy shit.
Really, it's like a year reset, right? Year plus, because like the Amish beard, it got grown back and then cut off.
Hey, Rebecca, say it again for the ones in the back. Say it for the neck nipples in the back.
Again, right? Recently, so it lines up to about a year's time frame to consider regrowth. It really is like a full on just 1 year. That was wild today, bro. You could get wilder, bro. That's nothing, yeah. Man, I still think you're a pussy, bro.
Oh, no, this is the neighbor. Now, what she doesn't know is that the neighbor and his old lady they called Doug and I the night before, and they said that they knew where the boys were. Square business.
4 you motherfuckers, and you could land one hit on that greasy ass white boy. Outside.
Yeah, so this is after they had made the call. Doug went down there to meet with them, and then they tried to jump him, right? So then the fool is texting me, and I'm like, man, fuck all this texting shit. So I just called him. That's all it is.
Alright, homie, outside, I ain't going to chase nobody, no? They're standing for me like a man, eh? No, but you did chase a bro, and you couldn't get him, and then your little partner rode off into the desert. That's the thing, nobody chasing a rat. You don't chase a girl. Fam.
Yes, and one of his buddies had a gun. They were chasing him around with a gun. Once it all kind of fused out, one of his buddies jumped on a 4-wheeler and ran off in the desert with the gun. I swear.
Yeah, let him run. Bro, you know? Why'd you do that? He broke it down already. He broke it down for himself. I don't got it. Bliss. Why'd you do that, Mike? I didn't do nothing. Mike, bro. I'm not Mike. I don't know what you're talking about. You are Mike. Quit playing, bro.
That's Wood or Mike.
I got you on the line right now, bro. We all know that that's the same voice, man. That's cool. You're a pussy, Mike. You're a bitch, Mike. When I come around,
a whole
I don't
bitch.
see about you, Mike.
Mike's still a bitch. And let me tell you what. Further on, like, it was an issue with Mike's cameras, seemingly, because them people came back with them long fucking tape measures and was measuring shit on his property.
No, dear.
Hey, Baton Rouge, unfounded loaf. Diana, what's up? Alicia, what's up? Salty, what's up, babe?
Really?
I swear she got on a prosthetic wig. Looks like that shit is about to slip. I done said it before. It looks like her forehead meat's about to slip off the cracker.
We just talking. I'm gonna see about you, Mike. You're a hoe, Mike. You play my.
So let me set it up, because before this, Mike wanted to fight me in a ring in California for $10,000. So I called the gym, and the dude was like, nah, we're not doing none of that, bro.
My children and all that, Mike. Why you threatening children? Whoa. Hold up. Hold up. I'm not threatening children.
Listening still, we heard just this kind of shrill, almost animalistic scream.
Animalistic, but not an animal.
Knew it was, wrong. It wasn't a dog.
Scream. Just this kind of shrill, almost animalistic scream.
Animalistic, but not an animal.
Knew it was, wrong. It wasn't a dog. It wasn't an animal.
That vigilance kicking into overdrive. Jody Sue and her son
Overdrive. That's right.
went out to look for the source of the scream.
My son and I decided to go out and look and see what we could see. We went back onto the bank.
Why do your eyelids remind me of Arizona? Fucking eyelids remind me of a Southwestern painting.
Didn't see anything, didn't hear anything.
They went on with their evening. The kids returned to being kids. Jody Sue headed down her driveway around 6 to tend to flowers.
And at this point, I start hearing Candace hollering for Summer. And then my brain immediately went, scream earlier, this, uh-oh.
Jody Sue was the first to hear those calls and the first to join the search for Summer.
First to hear those calls and the first to join for Summer.
I dropped my purse. I tried to yell up at Candace. I was like, I'm looking, and I started looking.
Jody Sue searched one side of a creek, Summer's brothers the opposite side.
Okay. Bam. Searched one side of the creek while her brothers searched the other. What the fuck does that mean? Does that mean she only searched on her side of Ben Hill? Hey, Crystal. Is that what she's saying? It sounds like she's saying she searched her side and her brothers searched their side.
Like, I'm looking, and I started looking.
Jody Sue searched one side of a creek, Summer's brothers the opposite side.
Searched one side of the creek. But you know what she's going to say? She's going to say like she searched on the right-hand side between the creek and the road, and the boys searched between the house and the creek. Like, that's what she'll say. But see all this verbiage, car, and then a truck door, making it sound like two, like this represents a fucking, the opposite side, right? This represents a fucking mess.
I'm looking, and I started looking.
Jody Sue searched one side of a creek, Summer's brothers the opposite side. And you gave statements to the police, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Jody Sue had been interviewed many times by investigators, bringing up the
Yes, Lisa. She'll say the fucking news lie. That's just what she'll say. Hey, Tiffany. Good to see you, baby.
scream often. But the sheriff doesn't believe the scream is related to the disappearance of Summer Wells.
She's been interviewed numerous times by not only my agency, but the PBI and FBI, and we don't find anything with that complaint or information related to this case.
Jody Sue wishes she could go back to just a short time before Summer disappeared.
I bet she does. Yeah. You fucking right.
You feel some type of way about that. But, you know what, never mind.
You had something to do with the babies going missing, didn't you, Mike? I mean, is that what?
No, look. This sounds familiar.
That's what I know, fam. That's what I know.
Show some proof, man.
Bro, you told on yourself by putting this shit all over the news, Mike.
What news? What are you talking about?
Bro, you let your fucking footage go on the news, bro. You bitch ass police boy.
That also sounds familiar.
You let the footage go on the news, bro. Why'd you do that?
No. This the thing. He actually did snitch. That's a fact. Mike did snitch. And guess what? We actually know Jody snitched too.
Open yourself up to this shit, fam.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're a fucking idiot. Now all of a sudden you don't understand, huh?
This the same guy that put the fucking faces of Doug all over the boys' house where they went missing.
Mike, how'd you get my number, Mike?
It's barking out.
Mike.
I got your number.
No, Josh.
Oh, see, I guess in this call, he called me, is what happened. How'd he get my number? That's what happened.
Mike, how'd you get my number, Mike?
It's barking out.
Mike.
I got your number.
No, Josh. Wait. Wrong.
Holy shit. Salty C, thank you so much for your 10 membership contribution this evening, Queen. You know it means the world to me, baby. Ooh-wee. Thank you so much, Salty C.
Okay. How did you get my number, Mike?
I didn't get your number.
I'm just playing, bro. I ain't on no lies, man. Quit acting like a hoe, bro.
It's cool. I'm just letting you know this ain't Mike.
This is Mike, fam.
All right, it's cool. You can think that.
Quit acting like a bitch, bro. Now you're changing your voice, bro.
No, dear, sweet baby Jesus. Oh, God. Hold up. Hold the fuck up. Hold on.
What is wrong with you, bro?
Say this shit, dude.
Man, look here, bro. You took the babies, didn't you?
Look.
You took the babies, bro, and the feds are in your life, fam. Hey,
The feds are in his life.
blood. Retreat, blood. You're out of there, bro.
Good evening, Amy.
Yeah, you're out of there, Mike.
Remember that, Sammy? Yeah, I'm speaking facts. She butchering the context again. That's what she does best, though. What is Bean Dip Podcast? Thank you again, Salty. That was a beautiful, beautiful contribution. Thank you so much. I think that's the second time I've seen that now. T. Bori, thank you for joining us. Yeah, she does. She makes a lot. She makes everyone sick. Baton Rouge. There you go.
I'm having them.
Mike, you're fucked off in the game, Mike. You're fucked off in the game, Mike. All right.
You already know what time it is, right?
What time is it, Mike?
You already know.
What
Blood Money Gang or don't bang. Illusion.
time is it, Mike?
I don't gotta talk to you or message you over the phone. You know what I mean? I don't get down like that, right?
You haven't get down like that since last night, Mike.
I don't talk that. You already see that.
You've been doing it all night, Mike.
So again, this is thank you again, Salty. This is after this guy called and said that he knew, and what he wanted, what he was after. He said in the call as would was the fucking reward. So, Miss M,
texting me,
Sarah.
You've been texting me all night.
What the fuck? Why does he always say that shit to everybody? Like, they realize that if anybody ever took us to court and got tech involved, it could be done.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, I know they can say that and make chat audiences, etc. believe it. They realize if they're ever taken to court, tech is not.
Night long, bro. Did you sleep last night, bro?
I don't even know who you are, bro.
You didn't even sleep last night, bro. You was texting my other number, bro.
I know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do, bro. Quit playing with me, bro. Don't make me come see about you, bro.
All right.
All right.
Trying to make sure bucks next to
Little bitch. What? Now I'm trying to find a missing voice that you took, bro.
Why the fuck?
I make a couple.
It's like the same shit. I know. Have y'all been here for so long watching all of these cases? The same lines, same fucking soap or reset.
Same shitty, guilty fucking neighbors. Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah. You know, it's really offensive. Thank you, Sammy. It's really offensive what you got going on, because the issue is, if the police haven't taken you to jail, this is the thing, Jody. I got to treat you the same way that I treat them, except for you're much more foul than the other people that I treated. They didn't say anything. So it was really easy to say, listen, man, these people haven't said anything, haven't done anything. The police have done anything in the way of the media. The police aren't taking them in. They can do what they want. So at this point today, as we're covering the bitch, they're innocent. Then 13 months later, we hear the terrible, the worst of the worst, the worst of the worst, right? The absolute worst of the worst. And so then you get to the end of it, and it's like you did it right, but at the same time, in the internet's eyes, you did it wrong. Because if you're an activist against people that are, it was the same thing. You're like, these people aren't saying anything. The whole list of criteria that makes them innocent before guilt. Jody, it's that very innocent before guilt that has kept you free in a lot of scenarios in life, I'm assuming. Now, again, I say that for me, you got all this shit in the way, right? You've got all these things, all these details, right? I got all this shit, swings and seats and fucking milk jugs and fucking all the shit, dogs. But meanwhile, It's one very simple thing that would clear you. And it's crazy to say that people in this scenario couldn't be cleared because out of your own very fucking mouth, you said Andy had been cleared by the feds. And then out of your own mouth, you've said Dobbs has been cleared, and here you go dragging him back in. So for somebody that didn't have nothing to do with it, now all of a sudden, you think you know more than the police. That leads me to believe you think you know more than the police. Which means if you know more than the police, that means you haven't told the police all of anything. Hands down, Jody. Right? I mean, it was probably you and your people responsible for the calls and shit I was in text I was getting while I wasn't getting no calls. Let me retract that. Texts. Right? Probably responsible for all that shit out there while I was there. Trying to make me turn around and leave. Right? You're a blowhard, Jody. You're a blowhard. You're a peacock. You're actually like a peacock. And I don't know, Jody, I don't know how long you feel comfortable doing this. Because the look on your face every day, look at you. That's because you can't clear yourself as a... Now for me, she can get all these people to do whatever she wants, she thinks. Lie, cheat, steal, she can snitch, she can do whatever she wants. Right? You got this one thing. Yeah, but I'll come back in a minute and get the rest. Yes. You've got one thing only, and that is a ladder rack. The buckets, that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. I mean, if all you're looking for is a red truck with some buckets, you take the buckets out and you'll never find the truck. By that ideology, right? So you have this phenomenal ladder rack. Phenomenal ladder rack. You put a ladder rack on the truck, and now all of a sudden, what? It's the plausible deniability, right? Right? Or you back up someone else's statement about a ladder rack. Hooah? It's the ladder rack for me. I mean, since day one, you're like, man, hold on. You mean to tell me you're still looking you're still looking for a vehicle with a ladder rack? That's interesting. Because a ladder rack is not like, it's not like, oh shit, I got a ladder rack, I gotta throw the whole fucking truck away. That suggests that there ain't a bunch of tweakers out there and shit that won't take a fucking ladder rack and have it off in fucking 7 minutes. Seven fucking minutes. A couple of hillbilly tweakers will take a ladder rack off a truck, cut it into a bunch of pieces, and throw it in a pond somewhere. And then what? Holy shit, Jody. Then what? Then I guess you don't have a ladder rack that you could fit back to it, forensically and try to match and measure it and say definitively beyond a shadow, yes, this is a ladder rack. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, boy, you don't even know it'd be a fucking ladder rack till it get you jammed up. Fuck around and probably got a ladder rack hidden the stupidest fucking place in the whole world. They find a fucking ladder rack, you know what I'm saying, up underneath a camper trailer, and they're like, man, why you got a ladder rack up under here? You got a ladder rack like up in a tree in the forest and shit. Like, it'll be the behavior. You know what I'm saying? So to me, she looks like Drew Carey. Ah! To me, it's the ladder rack. Because with this community, now this is the thing. we do live in a society where the lines are blurred and skewed, especially if you live in a county or a city or a township where it's a bail for profit system, right? That bail for profit system ends up changing the way that the general constituency looks at said person, right? If just because you don't have the financial means to make the bond doesn't make you guilty, but to the constituency, it has that overall dimming effect, right, on your character. Oh, this guy can't make a bond, right? You go to court in the oranges chained to somebody else, and those people cannot unsee that shit. Now, you make a bond and come to court in a suit, the whole perception is different, right? The whole perception is different, right? Now, sometimes I wish for Jody that she could clear herself because this behavior is so phenomenal, right? Like I have had people parallel her to to the babysitter in the Quentin deal, and I'm just like, not another one, right? Like, so the neighbors in the West case, once they started up, like I could call Mike probably right now, and it wouldn't even be no, like we mended all of this, right? But nonetheless, when I tell you that I had scenarios before in the past where people will come to you, like the call that got leaked to the internet um, through you guys know where, right? Through Shannon and them, right? Stuff that happened off the internet, right? So let me tell you what, you can ask Doug, the Cal City Police, and the county police there were all aware and watching the interaction that was going down. Yes. Um, 1 second. Jody. Jody ordered me pizza. I'm full though. Thank you, Jody. Tiffany is Tiffany is with her drama school dropout. She probably showed her address or something. The bone collector. You got me, man. You got me. Thank you for the pizza, though. Shit. I don't know. I don't know, Piper. Yeah. Yeah, man. You got to do better than that. Like, send me something I don't want. How about that? Send me a fish basket. How about that? I won't eat a fish basket. I won't eat a fish basket. All right.
Same story, same in
What did you
every
guys say?
single fucking one.
She's a road. Yeah, she can't even afford a pizza. Yeah, she's a roadkill snatcher and death box watcher. Yeah, she's a decomp raider. Bitch, what you trying to do? Go to school?
On the phones, doing the same thing, accusing the same people.
Days, what happened, baby? What's wrong? Did she just say that?
One man on the
Or just the
phones, doing the
behavior?
same thing, accusing the same people on the same. I mean,
Man, you want to come up, Days? Come up, baby. You can come up. Anybody can come up. They want to talk. Come on up. I ain't mad at you, baby. Hey, what's up, Ashley? I mean, it's no, you know what I'm saying? It's no pressure. Um, but if you want to come up and talk, you're more than welcome. Anyone that wants to come up and talk can. Jody, even you can come up and talk. I'm gonna keep you in the back for about 45 minutes though, while I enjoy that pizza, baby. Roxanne sounds good. I'm more worried about Jody's pool. You know what she did? Like, because I told Fizzle, Alicia, I told Fizzle, I was like, she was like, how did it go? And I was like, man, look here, she muted me. And Fizzle was like, no, there's been a lot of people complaining about the sound on the restream. And I'm like, nah, bro, the bitch said, host has muted your mic. I'm just sitting there, I'm like, man, come on now. Then I would talk and she would mute it back. Talking out, she would mute it back.
come on, good lord, what's happening?
Just doing me. What's up, baby?
What, you broke ass motherfucker?
Mike, I'm about
On YouTube or what?
I'm about to make you famous, Mike.
Ass little boy.
I'm about to make
And at this time, he had barely 1,000 subs. He was gonna make it. It's fine.
you famous, Mike. You took the little boys, Mike.
All right.
Calling people things, slang level without. Yeah, okay. All right.
You know, you got that footage, bro. You try to make everybody think what you wanted them to think, bro.
All right.
He did do that. He did do that. He tried to make the only so we had this dude showed his camera footage on a TV. Meanwhile, another dude sat there and videoed it like this. And that was like that was the go-to, right? But meanwhile, this dude is in there like manipulating, well, the time is this and that. And I'm like, man, this dude done fucked with all of this shit. And then he only played certain portions. Then he's doing shit like putting the fucking the face of the boys on the neighbor's house, asking Doug where are the boys, all kind of weird shit. Trying to meet up with Doug to give him the information so he can go find the boys, and you know what I'm saying. And the police are watching and all this other shit. Like, I'm sure Doug is gonna talk about it. I'm sure. Like the Cal City police were right there watching. Where they met at a Rite Aid. A neighbor, Jamie, she was also there too. You can ask her. Jamie was involved in all of it. Hey, baby.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you just fine. How are you?
No echoing?
Nope.
Okay. So Jody showed the box, playing a big joke to us. And the things that she does and the things that she's been talking about lately have been really upsetting me. Because she is that girl. She's that type of girl that will do that, and I think she's pure evil. If she did not do anything to Summer, she knows what happened to Summer.
Yeah, and I mean, and that in itself, Dazed would put her a part of the conspiracy. Unfortunately, you know. I mean, it's
The death box. Come on, Benny. Really? What the fuck? In a little missing case.
you know, and I'll be quite honest with you, Days. Like I looked it up, and it doesn't like I couldn't find anything that just came back with that terminology, and so what it reminded me of is like some really dark slang
There
in
was
a
another
network
creator.
of people that talk that way,
Well,
right?
there's
Like,
another creator that I saw, and I can't remember where I saw the video. I actually think I shared it on my community post. I have to go look. They found it, and it's a box that you lay down kitty litter on the bottom of it. They put holes in it. I didn't read the whole thing. I was driving and reading at the same time, but they put the animal in there and let it decompose on its own without having to do any work, basically. Um, and that's what it is. And just when I was reading it on that post, it was a video somewhere. I'm gonna find it, but when I was reading it, it was making my heart. It was making my stomach hurt. It made my heart. It just made me hurt. And I don't mean to bring the mood down at all,
no, no, no,
but
no, no, no. It's pertinent because let me tell you what I know. It's this particular subject. It's been people stuck on it, right? Like you heard it, and it's like okay, I can't unhear it, and then your mind, and now I guess there's video of it, and now you've got the whole visual, and meanwhile, like that reference, a death box is not something that you're readily gonna go like it's a slang term or it's some shit she built up on the fly
yeah.
in order to pass it off, but I don't know, like it's just a lot to be said about it, and
Well,
you
come
know
on, plaguing of the dogs? Are you kidding me right now?
yeah, I mean ultimately what it is it's a way to monitor decomposition
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then ship out a product at the end for profit, right? So
totally.
you totally right. So with that, like she come up with this ungodly amount of money that this was going to be worth, and it's like you trying to tell me that Andy doesn't know?
I have actually a few skulls of my very own that I bought online. They are quite expensive. They're beautiful, beautiful things on the wall. I love them. It's hunters, they do that. I see that and tend to see a lot. Um, but man, something's dark, Benny. Something's not right. Something's dark, and uh, yeah, it's dark, and I don't
I
know.
mean, it's just like, so when you build a profile, right? In Draw Latina, if anyone here is not subscribed to Dazed and Confused or Draw Latina, please take a moment and subscribe. But she really imprinted on me. She's like, Vinny, you can't, you're not profiling, you're doing interpretations. So when you do an interpretation on, okay, so we're almost 16 months, right? So I think a lot of people have the opinion on some status or not, right? So with that, you start to try to build an interpretation of what it would take, like what mechanics exist in someone's profile, their interpretation, that would make them good for this sort of thing, right? And one of those things is somebody that's going to be handling remains, right? Um, in some facet. I mean, I know we're all fascinated with the Jeffrey Dahmer thing, but like to an extent, like where, right? Like you're getting the segue into a behavior. I can't diagnose the woman. All I can do is if I see a purple convertible and then I see what looks like a purple convertible, I can say that looks like a purple convertible.
Well,
And so I start seeing convertibles, right? You're like, man, hold on, man, wait a minute. Like somebody whose stomach is going to be repulsed by certain things, physically limited, so on and so forth, are going to be people that potentially couldn't be involved in a long-term situation with having to deal with remains, right? They would be excluded in a way, right? But that is a scenario. Now, you have to ask yourself, what are the things, Days, that could keep someone a suspect for 482 days? Maybe a thing called a death box, maybe
Guilt.
guilt too. Yeah, right.
Well, and this is also, listen, she's shifted. We've noticed a shift. First, she started with whatever she was insinuating about her health. She never clarified new medicine, whatever it is. Then it went from that to a lot of times in the car. Her views are dropping. Her money
Oh,
is dropping.
crazy substantial.
So this is just a hook line, but she's changing her actions. We're creatures of habit.
Correct.
She's changing. She's changing on me, and maybe that be what's going
And
on.
what's very interesting about it is that she, I wouldn't call her transient because she has these long blocks of time where she has a permanent residence, but really transient is, I think, more a state of mind. I mean, you know what I mean? You could be
Right.
perfectly settled somewhere and be a globetrotter with that transient mentality, but it's a lot of things that go into the transient mentality. And I coined a phrase like it just for myself, like when I talk with my people and we talk about interpretations, one of the terms that I use is anchor, right? So after a certain time, after a situation, an offense, a tragedy, people's life's very turbulent after that. And then at a
Right.
certain point, it's going to smooth out, right? It should anchor back down. Life goes on. People get back to it. Meanwhile, when you're seeing the constant flow,
Mm-hmm.
right, and then
Yep.
you're seeing anything that looks different, it's very easy to spot. Her situation continues to decline,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Drastic.
Continues to degrade rapidly.
Oh, and
Right?
she's getting worse. She's making mistakes, Benny.
Absolutely.
Making
Absolutely.
many mistakes.
And and again, I want to give her the same real estate that I would give any weird ass neighbor that's injecting themselves. Like, you know what I mean? Like, really, it's a testament. You know what I mean? Like, so you've got the thing where it's like the eyewitness, a neighbor that sees something could be helpful, and then their life goes on. But then you got these neighbors with the internet age that whether they come and anchor up or we drag them in and they anchor up, either way, it's what they do, right?
Yeah.
So,
Do you have? Do you think now? Do you think that Jody Sue Brown contributed to the joke that was played on Ziggy?
I do.
I do as well.
Even so, this is the deal. Like, there's it's the ramifications, right? It's what precedes. It's like a three-part deal.
Right.
It's what precedes it, the setup. Then you've got the action, and then you've got the cover-up. So it's a three-part deal. And if you're involved in any one of the parts, you're involved in all three, because if it doesn't go good and you're involved, it doesn't go good for you too, right? So when you look at it in terms of that, it is exact like, yes, right? She didn't cross go with Fred at time.
And she didn't meet up with Ziggy like she said. She kept Ziggy on the leash whenever she was over there. Just she was messing with people, and that's what Ben Hill's known for. We saw it from Dawn and Candace. We see it from Jody. They have sneaky ways that they play with people.
And you've got this, right? So you've got this tone now, right? And I don't know that anyone's really looked at it in this way, but so you've got her admitting to this death box, right? Now, I felt like that was sort of like crowbarred out of her. Like, she didn't really want to do it, but she had to come up with an explanation.
She was cornered. She was asked. Yeah.
It was checkmate. It was check. She had to come off of it. And so, in my opinion, the way she came off of it probably wasn't all the way factual and actual. It was the dumbed down, benign version. So, as shocking as it was to us what we heard, in my opinion, it's much worse than that. So, you've also got all of these animals that are going missing, Dazed, right?
Oh my gosh, I know.
right?
Oh,
So you're like these, not missing necessarily, but you've
they're
got these.
missing.
There's the issue with all these animals that are deceased, and then now you've got her after all these deceased animals. You've got her admitting to this strange, this viewing of the decomp. It's like the body farm. If
And there's
anyone, if no one is familiar with that, look up Tennessee State University, I believe, body farm, and it's a real deal. It's just leaving remains scattered where you can watch it decline in real time. Natalie, thank you so much for your contribution, Queen. You know it means the world to me. Um, you have the floor, Dazed. I mean, I
no,
had
I'm
never
you good.
never
It
actually
doesn't get
had you
enough.
up like this, and it's such a
Yeah,
beautiful thing. What you keep going, like you every day, like multiple times all day, every day, and it's like that's what it takes. It takes that. You
it
know,
plays with our hearts. Um, and I've been messed with a lot. We all have been, and we can't help but um, have feelings for this little girl. And I'm glad for being a part of this community, and I want to thank you for having me. So I'm gonna go.
Absolutely, anytime and every time. And I'm sad that you're sad, and I certainly hope that that you don't stay there long. Just visit.
No, I'll visit. I'll be okay. But thank you so much.
All right, love.
All right, bye.
Have a good night. Bye bye. What's up, baby?
How you doing?
Man, I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. Um, I'm pretty good. You know what? I'll be honest with you. Like, I guess I'm a little bit sad now. I'm a little bit sad too because it, remind me of the unfinished business in Cal City, and it's just, it's just, it's fucking sad, and
I know.
it's like Jody's, but it's what you would expect from her, it really is.
Oh yeah.
Um, yeah, yeah. So
She's
she
just
got, she
trying to
got
hurt.
do what?
She's trying to hurt people.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, it doesn't hurt. It's just like, because this is the thing. Like, I did the right thing. I might not have said the right things, but I did the right thing. I was still the innocence before guilt, right? And um, man, like if the people behaved like they did, if the next case people behaved like that, didn't say anything, didn't do anything, and you couldn't see anything, and then 13 months later, like you like, what do you do? Right, like, and then on the other side of that, like, all of the biological family is all Crips and all this other stuff, and a lot of CA, all the children been removed and spread out, and so it did. You're like, man, like, you got to look at what you have available to look at, right? And no
I
one,
know.
you know what I'm saying, like, no one wanted to look at that, so it was really frustrating all ways, because that was really what I think set up how I felt about going, covering Summer's case. It was like, man, hold on. You you see that it doesn't matter. You have to be out here acting like, I guess, every day, like the key, the aim is to try to act like a fucking juror the best you can. Like, even try to be a jury foreperson. Try to be the foreman, right? Like, whatever. And I think that's the way I'm trying to retrain myself into looking at all of this again. This is like the second time,
You,
because
you have changed so much just
oh
in the
yeah,
short time that I've known you.
thank you,
Um,
thank you, thank you.
she can't stand for somebody to do better.
No, she can't.
Just like her sister,
She can't.
right? Just like how she feels about Andy right now, right? She can't stand
Exactly.
to see somebody doing better than they were.
You
So
know.
that's her problem, not yours.
No, it isn't. You're right,
How long ago was that? How long ago?
man. I think it's going on 3 years now.
Hmm.
I mean, Tiffany would know.
Fuck her.
Too.
Not
Yeah,
Tiffany.
it's just like
I love
there.
Tiffany.
It's just like her being, just being distasteful. After the announcement of the scenario there, and it's like, it's just, she's like, It's an Ernie Shell move.
Look,
The weaponizing of those children's situation. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like,
Well,
you know, so
I
would do what?
she went on in there as well. She
Yeah.
went on in that live
Uh huh.
to say our names: Jenny, Adrian, and Tiffany. Right? That we swatted her
Swatted her how?
about the situation with her daughter. See, another child. Do you see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
She's
Like I
got
would do the same thing.
severe issues.
Severe.
But I
Absolutely.
didn't call anybody. I didn't call the
No.
cops. I didn't call CPS. I didn't call anybody. But
Guess
she'll
what?
say I did because it suits her needs.
So now it's blaming on Jenny or Benny, either one. I did
Yep.
call the police when she was sitting in the vehicle acting like she was getting ready to drive. Like that was her. It's been 2 years. This 2020. Damn. So almost 3 years now is since the start of it all. So thank you, Lip Lock. Thank you so much, beautiful.
Woo-hoo.
Thank you. No, but I mean, so oh, there goes the train. Yeah, Cher's crazy train. You've got the weaponizing, which I think is equally a detriment as what people call the exploitation, right?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what she's doing here. She'll never admit to any of that kind of behavior, but that's what she's doing is she's weaponizing two other children's situation and
Right.
two families' situations to try to fit a narrative. Like it wasn't a neighbor that was benign. It was a neighbor that was, you know what I'm saying? He was acting up. Like this fool, I mean, I don't know how you want to weigh it. Like this fool created a scenario where he's, you know what I'm saying? The police were watching a scenario with Doug. Like I wasn't actually there. Doug was. And it was a lot to it, you know? And so, yeah, like a lot of things, a lot of, a lot of emotions did get heated. Like that wasn't the first time. Like it was police all around from everybody with that thing. Like everybody had the police come around. The FBI came to my house. I mean, it was just on and on and on and on and on. You know, Roswell, baby, thank you so much for your contribution, Queen. You know means the fucking word, baby.
It means the world to him.
That's that long black train, JSB. So she's off a line right now.
Mm. She was just a second ago.
Okay.
No. I got a screenshot of her face though. That was funny.
Oh, you got a screenshot, Mafia? You know what I want to do before we close up here? I never intended on trying to catch up to her. I just wanted to come on and address some of this stuff that she's doing with the weaponization of the other cases. Like, man, they've been brought as far as they could be brought to this point, right? And the boys just need to be left in peace. But I want to do something very quickly. I think this could be an important tool. Oops. I think we should take a minute and listen to their first initial interview again. You down? It's like 11 minutes.
You know I am.
Let's do it. Let's do it. While I'm doing that, I want to go ahead and pull up a flyer for Summer. This is Summer Moon Utah Wells. She's been missing from Hawkins County, Tennessee, since June 15th, 2021. She was 5 years old, 3 feet tall, 40 pounds, blonde hair, blue eyes. If you have any information about her whereabouts, call 1-800-TBI-FIND. Again, that's 1-800-TBI-FIND. If you'd rather submit through email, that is tips to TBI at tn.gov. Summer Wells. So while we're doing that, let me, I'm going to, let me get rid of this here. All right.
Beanie.
Yeah.
Is your screen? You just have screenshot all over your desktop.
Yeah, I just need to drop. They're all Jody Sue, pretty much. So I just need to put them into a folder.
I was like, screenshot.
Yeah, that's what I need to do. All right. Let's go ahead and look at this. I think it's always nice to look at these with clean eyes, clean ears, because I did that earlier today, and I felt like I heard some new things, and um, felt a feeling which I hadn't felt in a long time. Looking at this stuff, I've been I felt like I've been desensitized for a while, and now all of a sudden, like I watched this earlier, and it was like my heart started racing again, and my stomach was a little bit upset, and I was like, man, I just feel like the whole thing is different now. Looking back then, so it is.
When you're busy dealing with growth.
It is, I think, 11 minutes 49 seconds. Does that ring a bell? Lippy, good to see
Yeah.
you, baby.
There's like different cuts of it, but yeah, that sounds about right.
12:23.
I know a lot. I know she didn't walk away from this property by herself or
Okay. Now, when I listened to it today, I know I pointed it out before. She said, "I know." Like, I don't know nothing unless I know.
Yeah.
And like it just with the options, and this is what I understand, Jenny, so perfectly, is with the options to relay this with different verbiage, you're not putting it out there like this, right? You're not putting it out here. Diana, thank you so much for your gift of 5 memberships this evening. Thank you, Queen. It means the world to us. Thank you so much, Diana. Thank you so much.
Wonderful.
Lippy, Gigi, Mama Sassy.
Mama Sassy, you know that's Adrian, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Okay, I was like, do you know that's Adrian's new name?
Hello, Adrian. Although I will say I haven't locked in that profile pic yet.
I know, I have a hard time too sometimes.
Yeah, I haven't locked it in. So again, now I do want to point out that both of them know that she was taken. Both of them know.
off this yard. I know she didn't walk away from this property by herself or off this yard by her swing. I feel in my heart that somebody has came up here and
Now, you see how she brings it back to the swing? She's like,
Always.
yeah, always back to the swing. That's home base. It's like as long as she's at the swing, like nothing's supposed to happen there, right? The swing, the swing, the swing, the swing. Like
It was
I'd
just
ask,
swing.
like yeah, but let me tell you, like I'd always ask myself about that swing. Like I got on that swing, and I went out there on that swing, and I just want to tell you, like if you came off that swing, that yard drops off so quick, a little push, and all of a sudden you're 6, 8, 10 feet off the ground. If you were to come off that swing, and I mean,
Oh yeah.
right, like that swing, like if you come off that swing the wrong way,
The angle of the.
man, yeah, like you come off that swing the wrong way, like it could be a really bad situation. And so, not, a lot of people not having really just been there and only seen her on the swing or seen this, the area on Google Earth or a picture, like that yard drops off um, probably a foot every 4 foot. Like it's very steep, but it's got a little tiny tier to it, so it goes out a little bit down, and not drastic tiered, but like you just take a few steps back and go out, and at the pinnacle of the pendulum, like you're quite a ways off the ground. I
Yeah.
just want to point that out.
by her swing a lot. I know she didn't walk away from this property by herself or off this yard by her swing. I feel in my heart that somebody has came up here and took her.
So she knows and she feels in her heart.
She knows and she feels in her heart, but the
So
first
do
part
we?
was I know this
She knows.
happened.
So are we going to give her the real estate for that mother, that maternal instinct? We're going to give her
Yeah.
that, like other
Yeah.
mothers when they know something bad's happened and they say they know and they were right. We're going to give that to this one.
Today, Adrian said even the worst mothers have some instinct about things. So
Gigi,
yes.
I agree. Gigi, 100%. I'm sorry, Jenny. The end part.
Oh, I just said that today, Adrian and I were talking about this, and she said even the worst mother has some instinct.
I agree.
So
I agree.
yes, I would give her that real estate.
So when she says she feels in her heart as a woman, and to the mothers out there, do you feel like when she says she knows in her heart, that's that maternal instinct that's saying, meanwhile, what is this?
Hair?
I don't think so. That's not hair.
What do you think it is?
I hate to say,
Scratch?
yeah,
Scratches?
a scratch of some sort.
Yeah,
It looks
it
like
kind of does actually.
there's
Yeah.
two of them. One here, and this seems to be a little raised, but she has pronounced temples anyhow.
Mhm.
Um,
Can you move it forward just a little bit to see a different angle? Maybe we can tell a little better. I never looked that close, to be honest.
Has lured her away from here. Me and my mother and her were planting flowers.
yeah, that's definitely bump.
Whoa, yeah, it's something. Yeah,
I mean,
some
this
kind of
side
scratch. I've never
definitely more,
scratched it.
in my opinion, looks to be more red here.
Well, I will tell you that it does. It looks like fresh scratches
Does.
to me. Um, maybe her and Dawn were fighting.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe because she says she doesn't walk around there at all. So
Right?
stands the reason she didn't get it from outside. Maybe that came from inside.
Yeah, and from
Look at
everything
that.
I believe. I'm sorry.
You can really see him right there. Look at that.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh. I was gonna say from everything that we've heard too, she wasn't out there searching during
Right.
this part, so I wouldn't think scratched by a tree limb or something like that. Possible, not probable.
Not probable.
A lot.
Or
Skeeter, maybe, but that looks like two scratch marks. Like maybe she put her head down and a dog clawed her. Looks like it could be a
well,
dog,
Annabella said cat. Yeah,
cat.
possibly.
It's in a line. It could be an animal for sure, but there's definitely it's raised right here.
I know she didn't walk away from this property by herself or off this yard by her swing. I feel in my heart that somebody has came up here and took her, has lured her away from here. Me and my mother and her were planting flowers. And we went in after we got done washing our hands, and she got a piece of candy from grandma. And she wanted to go back over and see her brothers. And I said, okay. And I walked her all the way over to the porch.
Yeah,
I forgot how hard this is to watch her. So to me, this is my opinion that she is on some sort of sedative at this moment.
not
Now, I don't blame her. I mean, I'm not giving her shit for that because
whether it's sedative is alcohol or whatever. But if you watch in the beginning, she's got a little bit of a sort of a stimulant gyration to her lower jaw. I feel like she's trying to control it or is aware of it, but it's there.
but her eyes, Benny,
And I agree, they're glazed over.
her
I mean,
eyes kill me and they're so slow to move. And except when, later when he says, what he says, but
correct.
and she whips around, but everything is so slow. And I don't mean sedative. I'm not trying to link that to Jody Sue and what she said and
Anything
all
with a
that.
sedative effect.
I just know that a lot of times a mother, when they lose a child or when a child goes missing, that they will be prescribed a sedative or
Telling
given
you.
sedatives.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, because it's so much. It's too much.
Absolutely.
But it's
You
hard
know,
to watch.
walking to the kitchen.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I was just saying that it's hard to watch her because I keep looking at her eyes. I keep seeing her movements are just slow and dragged, you know?
Yeah.
It's hard.
Dazed. I agree. Because I'll tell you what. Now I've seen her. I've seen her on the booze and the pills. I've seen her on. I've seen her on the combo. So this isn't the typical behavior when she's on the pills. She seemed, like it energized her. Um,
Which pills?
hydrocodone.
Yeah, the opiate, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was
that
thinking like a benzo.
correct. Xanax or Ativan or
Yeah, clonazepam, something like that.
Razapam. I agree.
Where the boys were watching TV, and I told the boys, I said, "Watch
Birdie,
Summer.
I
I'll be
agree.
back." And within 2 minutes, I came back, and I asked the boys where their sister was, and they said she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, "Okay," and I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there.
Usually, but not every time.
Usually she always.
Usually, she always answers me.
I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me.
Usually, she always answers me.
And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone. I don't go on walks around here or runs because I'm scared of the bears and snakes and even the coyotes that are around here. Well, whoever has my daughter, I pray and hope that they have not harmed her and they bring her back to us safe and sound.
Go to the FBI, the police, and clear it up. I mean, I don't know. It seems kind of elusive.
It's really strange that I've never.
So I remember the first time I saw Don's face here, and like I bought it. He's what sold me. Like
Yeah.
he's the one that sold me because when you all you have to look at is this thing right here, right? It's all you got.
Yeah.
And looking at it, it looks like I didn't know anything about this guy, period. He reminded me of a guy that's, clubbing on his own house and, does this, that. Like I didn't know nothing about this man. And you believe it. You buy it. He sold it. Miss Glass, she says, me too. Those eyes are what sold it for me. Like his eyes were like, I was like, holy cow. Like I had not looked at any summer stuff. I was way behind everyone else. I started 6 weeks or 2 months behind everyone else. I said, nah, I'm not going to do it. And then I saw his eyes and I was like, damn. Not taking into account so many things that I didn't know. Right. Um,
Well, Benny, at this point, like, I don't feel like he actually knows.
I don't either. When I look at it the way all of you all are able to look at it, I've been able to
But you
look
know
at it.
something different.
I've been able to see him differently than everyone else in the world has seen him.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
saw, I saw him one evening where, and I'm not going to say it tonight, but I was just like, I just had told, Cam and I told Chris and I told Trudy, I was like, if Don does X, Y, Z, I'm going to do ABC. And I
Yeah.
just, that tuned into the situation that it was almost like I could feel what was on his mind and what was going on. And I had this fear, like I can't let Don get out of my sight because I felt like he was going to do something he might regret.
Yeah.
It's what I truly felt. And Um, when
Ben,
yeah,
no, you go ahead.
taking him to the rehab with her in the passenger seat. Um, well, I mean, actually, it was me and her. I took her up there. Don had rode with Chris. We met them at a Wendy's. We had dinner. Then took him over there. He was still coming down and all that. I mean, he was still bug eyed, looking around and all kinds of shit. And we pulled in and we got out, and then Don got out, and then Chris left after like 2-3 minutes. We all went inside, and I just like never had actually seen true the way like when you go to NA or AA and they tell you about this blue collar POS addict alcoholic, like I got to see that dude sitting next to him filling out these papers and the way he's talking to these people, and I have to keep reminding him, I'm like, Don, man, these people are here to help you, bro. Why are you talking to that dude that way? Like he's here to help you get right. And I saw some different stuff. And then with the whole thing with the telephone and Tim and the cell phone in the bag and this, it was too much. Like that's not, in my opinion, the shit that regular people do. Don't get involved in that kind of stuff when their kid is missing. Like you could still look like a marginal family. Like I know seemingly the whole world marginalized Monkey Vaughn's parents, and I agree. Like I feel like I looked at them on the news and it felt like they've been sparring, in my opinion. But that didn't mean anything else, and the police were still able to say, "Man, after this time, like we've cleared them." So you could still look like a family that isn't widely accepted visually by the rest of the world and still be cleared by the police. It's still possible.
Yeah, I know. I hear you. I do. There are. See, he's been gone so long too. You know, we're not seeing him about every day like we were, or hearing something, um, and we forget, those times that they fought and how that went, right? And then you think about Summer being in the middle of that,
Right,
you know, and
right,
it puts a different spin on it. And then you add in um, the alleged perversions.
correct. The deviant behaviors, those things make it really hard to look anywhere else. And I think that, um, in my opinion, I can't speak for CM, but I think that knowing him, knowing what he knows, his training and his years of tenure, I believe that that behavior may have been one of the reasons why he said he can't. It doesn't leave the hill. Yeah, I don't know. Like now, could you have some miraculous scenario where you have people that have this sort of past and in this sort of present times, and there be an accident that they feel like? I mean, absolutely, everything is on the table. That's what Ronnie Lawson said. Everything is on the table.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know what? I heard that this morning or this afternoon too, Benny. I don't know if you heard it or not. The press conference for Quentin, the little boy
Um,
that's missing in Georgia.
Man,
That's
that
what the
one.
police said too. Everything is on the table.
Yeah, I did hear that there's no sign, nothing points to the sign of abduction. I heard that
Right.
much, and this was like, I seen the picture of that little boy, and I was like, man, that's
And let me clarify. He didn't say everything's on the table. He said everyone is a suspect. But then he said they cleared the bio dad because he was at work the whole time, or had an alibi that they could clear him on. So not everyone is a suspect, I guess.
correct. I mean, you could be cleared in the first, if if you got the right stuff going on. Clearly,
I don't know. It
Yeah.
seems kind of elusive.
It's really strange that I've never seen this truck and I've never heard of it until just recently.
she's never seen the truck. Now, what you've got to try to quantify is it possible? Now, I mean, clearly anything's possible within the realm. Is it feasible and probable that Candace, as much as she gets out, would have never seen this truck herself?
Yeah, it's possible. Um, so the interesting thing is that I guess the lady at the yard sale didn't mention to her that the person in the red truck was looking at her kid. I guess Jody Sue didn't mention it,
Yeah, they
right?
just they
Because we're
didn't
what
hear about it,
3 weeks?
right?
We're 3 weeks in at this point,
Yep.
right? And she's just hearing about it. When the TBI releases it, but we know that Loaf was very active in the discussions with Don and Candace during this period of time, because most of the misinformation that we've heard out of Don and Candace came from her.
Right.
Right? It'll make you spin.
Yeah, it will. I mean, it just, and she's not even worried about clearing herself. So, do we have any baseline on what that behavior in itself means? Like, where does that fall in the suspect makeup, the interpretation? Like, in your opinion, when you have a suspect that's not worried about clearing themselves, they don't care. What is that? Like,
Well, I don't know where it falls, but I would bet money that where she thinks it falls is complete innocence.
and it doesn't. I'm here to tell her that.
Because of that, she makes that point frequently. Like, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
But it does, because she brings it up constantly. It makes her mad when people say she's still a suspect.
It does.
And she goes, well, they've told me, that the feds have told me that I was clear.
So, in your best estimate, was I the focus of this whole stream for her?
The bulk of it, that's why it's named what it is, of course. But
What do you feel like was the input for that? Like, what do you feel like I talked about last that has her like this?
well, there's a few things that she talks about that all the time, and she tries to lump everybody in to everybody else's mistakes or affiliations or anything else, right?
Right.
She lumps us all in. She's trying to link you to what happened with Doug.
Correct.
Those were Doug's actions. Adrian's not responsible for my actions, and I'm not responsible for hers.
So if we weigh her the same way she weighs us, her and Andy are responsible for each other's actions, right?
Right, and Don and Candace, and Fred Hill. Let's add him in. Let's say Frank Light too, because anybody who lives around there. All the RSOs. Yeah, she's just like them, right?
Oh yeah, for
They're
sure.
all just alike.
Yeah, Zoe, I think that's. But occasionally I hit on the thing, and right now she's just showing so much. She's showing so much of her hand. Emergency me. Thank you so much for becoming a dual supporter. That means the world to us to see you. Thank you so much, Queen or Sir.
Means wow too.
Wow to us. Check out a little more of this. So when it pans to him, like I didn't know what the parents looked like. This is it, first time, and so it's like it pans over to him.
Go to the FBI, the police, and clear it up. I mean, I don't know. It seems kind of elusive.
It's really strange that I've never seen this truck, and I've never heard of it until just recently.
Now, at the same time, she could be lying. She could have heard of the truck.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's the other side of it, right? Where she says she hasn't heard of it. She very well may have heard of it over and over and over. I mean, she may know who drives the truck. I mean, who knows?
So I don't know if you got to catch up on any of the live that we did last night.
I have not all the way. I listened to some of it.
I mean, it was a lot. It was like 7 hours or so. It was long. But we talked a little bit about well, a good bit about the red truck, because that red truck video that Loaf made came out during the period of time that we were covering. We talked about that, and the idea that she keeps saying that she reported it initially to somebody that was supposed to get it to the detectives, right?
Yes.
So allegedly, she claims she knew about this early on and reported it.
Thank you.
Then the yard sale lady, right? And then she sent a Facebook message to Ronnie Lawson to say, I'm not being histrionic or pulling things out of my ass, but I saw the red truck, yada, 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 whatever. As a matter of fact, that was our first live together, Benny, was the red truck.
Yeah.
On your channel, yeah. But if that's the case, why would Candace have not known that?
I mean,
So
good
either
question.
Jody Sue's lying and she never knew it, right? She was trying to glom on to the yard sale lady story, or Candace is lying and Loaf has already told her.
So,
why would Candace lie about it?
correct. Let me tell you this. Now, we know how Jody is, right? We can see it. It's not as if she's the elusive one. We got her pegged. So we can put her on the hill at least, what, 1 to 3 times in the few days or week, 5 days or a week before Summer goes missing. So,
Can we?
well, doesn't
2.
Andy 2 times? Yes, 2 times. Pardon me. Put her there 2 times, and you mean to tell me that none of the conversation consisted of catching them up on the red truck that was seemingly stalking around? No.
Well, she said it didn't strike her as strange. And I find that it's hyper vigilant. I find that difficult to believe. You know, she's checking out cars that are just going and coming from work, thinking they're stalking her. She was out on the banks every night, right? Just standing there looking for something, right? Something to happen.
Mercedes. Are you see that right there? She's
What?
says TBI thinks the parents sold her. That's why it's taking so long. Tennessee is involved with a large international trafficking ring. I can give Benny the video. Feel free to email it.
Yeah.
Whatever you got. I'm, it is altitudefilms@gmail.com. All right.
But I wish they would come forward and explain themselves.
They themselves. I don't know. Is that just rando talk or,
So we were talking about this last night with the behavior panel stuff with Dawn.
Yeah.
Both of them tend to use the wrong pronouns all the time. So I'm not giving her a pass. I'm just saying this isn't like you or I describing something and slipping up and using the wrong pronoun because we know something we don't want to tell.
Right.
It could be that. That absolutely could. But they do have a habit of doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, it is there is some of that verbiage that's just the way it is.
I don't know though. I mean, again, it's the freaking gives you the spinnies.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
The spinnies at Benny's.
And if you're not a suspect, at least come forward and say what you've seen. She was a tomboy. I shaved my head. She wanted to have her head shaved. Like,
She's defensive right here. Now, of course, we're missing the question, but you can tell. I think you can sort of deduce that it's something about the hair, right? So, to me, she comes off as real defensive right here.
Benny, why do you think they cut this up like this? Because did a huge disservice to Dawn and Candace by them leaving this out. They're just cutting to different things.
You know what? I mean, I think that that this could potentially also, like, this could serve many purposes, but I think that potentially this was more for, um, may have been more for law enforcement.
Yeah, but you still would need the context of the questions, right? To
I
fully
mean, I'm sure
understand
the police
the
have that.
answers. Oh, I thought you said this was more for law enforcement. I'm sorry. But you know what I'm saying? I'm
Yeah,
curious why
yeah.
they chose to leave this out. Are they trying to make them look bad, or like, what's the point?
Well, and that's the thing. Like, if you make them look bad on this platform, because this platform isn't just the YouTube, this is
Right,
shooting to the old TV boxes too. That's,
right,
so that,
right.
I mean, you start to look at it as a jury taint. I mean,
You said
people,
same.
yeah, it's, you know, it's contaminating. I think, this is
Yeah,
where, yeah, they edited out all the questions. So I'm not sure why they do that, but I think they did it in Amarion Nichols. I don't want to butcher his name. The little boy out of
yeah,
Vegas.
yes, yes.
Yes, I believe.
Amari.
Yeah, Mari Nichols. I think that they also did. They not put out a version sort of like this where they played just the responses. They didn't play the questions as well. I think because they did it 2 or 3, and I think one of them was that way. It was just close ups of their face, their eyes, their lips. Uh,
Yeah.
so I'm guessing that it seems to be some sort of protocol. I would say. I mean, knowing that the full length video is, of course, it's available to law enforcement and to WJHL, themselves. So,
Yeah, no, I get that.
Amari Nicholson, thank you so much, Gigi.
Thank you. I just feel like, so like, I am trying to look at this fresh, right? And I
Yeah,
had so much emotion the first time around. Um, I really, really want to be fair, right? And if I'm give them every benefit of the doubt, and I still end up in the same place, then I'm there justifiably in my mind. So
right.
I'm not trying to like say that they didn't do anything. I'm trying to understand this. I don't know why they would do this without questions. They could chop it up. They could make it a special. They could do whatever they need to do.
Yeah, that they certainly could.
But
But this,
I can't think of any reason to not have the question context. I would think, okay, if they cut out an answer, okay, I get that.
right,
But
right.
question context is a big deal
No, I
to
agree.
me.
And they move all of that, so it's just the responses.
Yeah. Like you
We-
just said,
like,
you got real defensive there. But
yeah,
you already know they cut the questions out. But the first time people watch this,
yes,
especially on TV, where they can't necessarily rewind it or aren't going
correct.
to, right? It's like, wow, what happened?
Yep,
Why did they get like that?
yep.
And if you're not a suspect, at least come forward and say what you mean. She was a tomboy. I shaved my head. She wanted to have her head shaved like me and the boys did.
She tried to shave her head
She's
She
defensive,
tried
in
to
the
shave her
back
head
and make
herself.
it. I think you can see it in some of the pictures,
and he's trying to smooth it over.
and it was getting out of
Yeah.
control. So we
Thank you, Miss
decided to shave
Bridget.
her head off and let it grow back long, and she shaved her head to, so she wouldn't feel bad, and but it didn't bother her at this point. Well, I knew right away that she was abducted. I knew that right away, and that's what I told them from the beginning. But they have to go through their, I forget the word.
Investigation.
They have to do one step at a time, I guess. But I'm sorry that they had to spend so many man hours in these woods and everything. I've seen them limping and everything else, and I feel for them. But I just wish there was a way that neighbors could search neighbors' houses, and then if they're not willing, you know, and everything else, and I feel for them. But I just wish there was a way that neighbors could search neighbors' houses, and then
Who do you think he's talking about at this point? Just generically anyone in the holler, or do you think he's
I don't know.
actually
That kind of seems specific.
does? I mean, at this point, right? I mean, I'm sure even at 6 months we were able to look back and say, well, what the hell is this? But right, the neighbor said this. Now he wants to search. Now he's wanting to search the neighbor's house. He's not talking. He didn't say, "I wish neighbors could search neighbors' houses." Isn't that what he said?
Yeah.
He said
I
he
wish
wants
neighbors.
to search.
Did he? Wait. Okay.
But I just wish there was a way that neighbors could search neighbors' houses.
Neighbors could search neighbors' houses. He don't want the police to do it. He wants to do it.
Huh.
Neighbors,
Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what
neighbor's
you mean.
house.
Well, at that time, where was the first place he went when they told him he could go talk to people? Fred Hills?
Yep. See, he had mentioned at one point that somebody down there by Fred Hills, but he didn't say the name that I can remember. He's like, one of them houses down there, he said they had rabbits and goats and they had animals and stuff that the kids would go down there. Like you could catch the kids down there sometimes, and and they would be petting on them and stuff.
Yeah, does he mean down at where the gate is at Ben Hill?
I think
that
so.
little farm right there with those goats and stuff?
Yes.
Okay, that's pretty far distance for the kids.
It is, but he just made it seem like, I don't know. I'm not going to put a spin on it. He's, that's what he said. They would go down there. He said Summer would go down there. So
what?
Yeah,
On our own?
I have to find. I hope he said it live. Miss Angela, thank you so much for your contribution this evening, Queen. You said I'd like to stay. Wanted to thank you and Fizzle for bringing this community together again, for looking out for others and helping to make this community safer, so desperately needed. You've all done so much good, so much good. I'm an outsider looking in and see how much you mean to each other. You have an incredible platform and following, and I know you will continue to do incredible things. Thank you. Thank you. No. Thank you. So let me see. Which district attorney for SW case? What? All right, hold on.
Okay.
1 second. Okay. Hold on.
Right now, is there's no criminal.
Hold on.
The 10-month mark is approaching. His rule is looking ahead to the possibility of charges.
It's a case that has
Whoa.
implications of the legal system and the law, but you couldn't classify it right now as there's no criminal charges been filed.
Summer's older brothers were put into CPS.
Did you hear that?
What? Keep playing
He's
it
talking
again.
about charges being filed.
How old is this?
The 10-month mark is approaching.
10-month mark approaching.
His rule is looking ahead to the possibility of charges.
It's a case that has implications of the legal system and the law, but you couldn't classify it right now as there's no criminal charges been filed.
Summer's older brothers were put into CPS custody last July, but no charges have been filed over their removal. However, their father, Don Wells, is serving time in the Hawkins County Jail over DUI and violation of probation charges.
This is a very complicated issue that has been made more complicated by the players in this drama.
No one has been arrested or charged in relation to the little girl.
It's been made more complicated by the players in this drama.
Yep.
That means you, Joey. That means
Yeah,
you,
it
Jody.
does. And it means Don and Candace.
It means them too.
This is a very complicated issue that has been made more complicated by the players in this.
He said issue. He didn't say wandering away or disappearance. He called this an issue.
In this issue.
This is a district attorney. He called it an issue.
Because he doesn't know what it is yet.
I agree. I agree.
That's interesting.
Drama.
No one has been arrested or charged in relation to the little girl's disappearance, but that doesn't mean it couldn't happen at some point.
We make ourselves available to both the Sheriff's Office and the TBI to advise them as to the consequences of the next step that they're.
Wow.
Do we know anything about the DA?
Let me, it's a whole video. You pull up the whole
Yeah,
video.
but I mean, do we know anything about him and his history and job performance and
Not that I know of.
the competency at some gauge of competency? No offense, Mr. DA.
No. James Phillips the third.
It's going to be an
Us
actual
County
district, the Tri-Cities. Hawkins County, Tennessee District Attorney. That should get us there.
Somebody just texted me.
Oh, you good? I'll look. District Attorney. You guys know anything about him? Oh, that's him right there.
Who? Let me
I'm
see.
pulling him. I can't see his name. It's District 3, Dan Armstrong.
Dan Armstrong.
Yeah, I can put the link back there for you. I think that's it. I mean, that looks like the guy as I remember him. I put it in private. Dan Farm 5 Strong.
Oh,
That's awesome.
I got my microphone over here, so I'm trying to type underneath of it.
You're fine.
District 3.
Yep. And that would be Hamlin, Hancock, and Hawkins counties. Oh, Greene, Hamlin, Hancock, and Hawkins. There he is. Is that him? The guy you just saw?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I thought it looked like him, but it's been a while.
Murder trial. Ooh. He had something to do with the William Creasy situation.
Huh.
Turn
What
over the
side
task.
was he on?
Says he's turned over the task. So, newly elected Dan Armstrong prosecutor. Come on now. Ryan Blackwell,
Who that?
newly appointed. Akia Highsmith, far right, was sworn in by the judge. Dan Armstrong, Ryan Blackwell, Lindsay Lane.
Well, dang, I can't even see him prosecuting anything yet.
Well, let's finish this up here.
Yeah, we can dig later.
And then if they're not willing, get a search warrant or something. But there's just no way you can search every single house, in the eastern United States or whatever. But I wish there was a way.
On every vacation at a verbal home, there's someone like you.
Just thankful for the person or persons that's doing that, out of love. Thankful for the person or persons that's. But I wish there was a way. Just thankful for the person or persons that's doing that, out of love, trying to get information and trying to get her found. We thank them from the bottom of our hearts. It means a lot. And we thank everybody who's trying so hard and praying so hard. And she's an awesome young lady, and we just want her back. But, there's always going to be haters, and it's always going to be that way in this world. And we just want to focus on the good friends and Christian people that are trying to help us and praying for us and praying for Summer. And we thank them from the bottom of our hearts. And that's the kind of people we try to relate with and socialize with. So we don't know anything about, no red truck, or we hardly know many of our neighbors. I mean, because we just try to be around good people.
We know that's a lie, right? That's a lie.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. He said that to the behavior panel last night as well. Or not last night, but when we were listening last night. He said the same thing. We don't hang around those people. I only hang around people I work with and people from my church. We don't want to be around all these other people. Yeah.
That's not true.
I mean, and we do have good people in this area. We found out since this has all happened. We got some real good neighbors and good folks everywhere. But the most important thing is to bring Summer home safe. I'm sorry that you feel this way about us, but we love our children with everything we have. We've never went without. Thanks to Summer's daddy and my husband. He's always provided for us and has worked as much as he could and can and still is. And I'm sorry that you guys feel that way, but that's my baby, and nobody would ever treat her like that as long as I was around, ever. She loves to dance. She would always want me. She says, "Daddy, hold my hand so I can twirl," and she would just like to twirl and twirl and twirl until my arm got tired, But I put out there that one of Summer's favorite songs was Godzilla, and they say, and they're jumping all over me about past tense was, well, I'm sorry about that. She also liked the song by New Breed. It was called House, My House. She sung that a lot of times when I played on the TV. She loved to dance. She liked to think of herself as a princess, and and all that, like all young girls do. And she loved Frozen. She loved to be that Elsa. And
I mean, this whole thing is just chock full of past tense. Loved, liked. You know what I mean? Like when you look at it that way, it's chock full.
That's it. It is bothersome because it's so frequent.
I mean,
and it's from both of them.
Hell yeah, it is.
By New Breed, it was Godzilla, and they say
right where he brings it in and talks about the past tense. Boy, they just can't get out of it. Then listen.
And they're jumping all over me about past tense was. Well, I'm sorry about that. She also liked the song by New Breed. It was called House, My House. She sung that
sung. I mean, if she's still with us, then you would say she sings.
A lot of times when I play it on the TV. She loved to dance.
She loved. It's like she's remembering it. Like you look at it now, it's almost like she knows the end already of the story.
She sung that a lot of times when I play it on the TV.
Like she's singing it right now.
She loved to dance. She liked to think of herself as a princess, and and all that, like all young girls do. And she loved Frozen. She loved to be that Elsa, and I think she really loved to be in church because she felt a lot of love there. And I think you can't explain what that love is, but you feel it and you know it. When you're young.
I don't know. It just seems like they should be talking about her like she's coming back. They're not. I don't know. Just my opinion. And she felt that there, and she loved everybody in that church.
or she loves everybody in that church. I should rephrase that because they'll tear that apart as past tense, and I apologize.
He only just thinks it's that one time. He doesn't even realize all the other times he did it in between. Damn.
For that. I hope she gets to come home, and I hope she gets to be with her church family again.
Her best friend in that church was Robin. She loved her to death.
Yeah, she looked up to
When
women that were.
she come to that church, she went looking for Robin. That was her favorite person.
Any woman that was professional, that
was pretty,
yeah,
beautiful.
she looked up to those kind of women. She, they were the word I'm looking for. I can't think of it, but she looked up to them. She'd give them a run for their money every day. She'd give them a run for their money, and there was times, we'd be, that our boys like, don't do this and don't do that. And next thing you know, the stick would come up and just whop them, and it'd be like, Summer, don't do that.
Summer was the boss of the family.
She typical girl.
When they get out of line, she'd put them in line.
She'd do her best.
It's like they're sitting around talking about her after her funeral almost. It's the way I feel. It's like they're reminiscing.
Yeah. Well, they've done that the whole time.
Yeah, it's not like they're trying to relay to the media dire information about their daughter.
How wonderful she is. What she might do if you encounter her, right? Is she shy? Is she, you know what I mean? Like, does she like, what flavors does she like, or what does she, do you know anything that if you encountered her that would, so that she wouldn't be afraid to talk to you? Yeah, that's true.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Isn't there I think, but doesn't law enforcement help with that? Aren't they supposed to help you structure your answers? Oh, but they refuse the liaison, right?
Correct. Yeah, and the victim advocate.
Why, I wonder? Did they ever tell you?
Dawn didn't want it. I mean, she could agree to anything, but ultimately, like, she agreed to, while I was there, I was like, man, y'all need a damn refrigerator. Like, this is out of control. Like, and this is one of the things that really, like, also tipped me was when I was like, Don, like, these, because they kept saying the boys would be back, maybe by Christmas. This is the beginning of December. I'm like, Don, like, you've got to get a big refrigerator in here, man. They're not going to let you bring all these kids back here with that little tiny bread box, apartment refrigerator. And so I got her talked into it. Also realizing that you probably have to put the refrigerator downstairs because the weight of a fully loaded refrigerator on that flimsy ass floor up there, it'd go through, so, or he'd have to reframe or put a post underneath of it, something to beef it up. So once he got home, I had told her and Shannon and a couple of people had went through Marketplace and had picked out a couple of different refrigerators. And then when he got there, he was like, no, we don't need no fucking refrigerator. And that I just banked it like, okay, like, that's not, like, who says no to that? You know what I'm saying? Like, now I get it later on, they're like, oh, the cockroaches will whatever. But, like, no, like, under the preface that your 3 boys are coming home in 3 weeks, that's what you're telling folks, so privately.
Yeah.
Right? You're telling everyone this, like, you need a full-size refrigerator. Clearly, they've never had a full-size refrigerator other than that little half full height deal out there in the yard he shot up. Like, so that to me was like a tipping point. It's like, hold on, man. That, no refrigerator coupled with, him not really wanting to work on the house and meet this supposed checklist. Now, the interesting thing about the checklist is they made it seem like the checklist came in down the road after Summer's disappearance, like far down the road. And they had the same violations at that point as they would have had when they said CPS was involved, because you have to remember, they said CPS was closing a case on the 14th. So they closed out a case with the house looking like it did then. And only after Summer went missing did they, impose this new checklist of all these dangers? Now, I don't believe that at all, at
Right.
all. Like that in itself leads you to believe CPS was not coming, in my opinion, was not coming on the 14th to close a case, but to open a case. Oh, you have too many
Yeah.
pointers that point towards the fact that they were not closing a case, but rather opening one. So, I mean, even before
Why would they have to come there? Why would they have to come there to close it?
they wouldn't, that's the thing. They'd send you a letter.
That's what I thought.
So, I mean, it's just so when you reverse that. So when they say they were closing out a case on the 14th, and then the child goes missing the afternoon, early evening of the 15th, it stifles the information for me. You're like, well, that doesn't make any sense. But then as soon as you turn it around and you're like, okay, with what you're saying is happening with this new case, and we know nothing's changed with that house, right? Nothing changed. That house is the same way it was before as it was when she was there. So why now all these new parameters? Well, that leads you to believe that it was opening a case. So now you've almost got a motive, right? Like, what could be a motive?
Yeah.
Well, if they're coming to open a case on the 14th instead of close one, concealment of the child for whatever reason from CPS becomes a viable. It becomes a viable ideal. It becomes a viable resource, a viable action, right?
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
unstifles the flow of information. Now that flows through the period before, the few days before she goes missing, the day she goes missing, and then a couple few days preceding that. Now those days of information, they seemingly have a different conductivity. They move differently. But with that, oh, they're closing a case on the 14th. And now you have this brand new crazy phenomenon like they closed the case. I mean, that in itself, right, is like, it's like a lotto odd, right? Like, how could an
Yeah.
abductor, Don and Candace, how could an abductor know one day after CPS is, like, why didn't they come on the day CPS came? Or why didn't they come while CPS was there? Why did it fall one day after and that is a fulcrum. Now, everyone has to remember, in my opinion, you have to leave when you load up all what you feel is your important details, your important bullets into that proverbial cartridge. For me, you've got
Right.
to load up CPS in there, right? You have to load up CPS. If you don't, well, then you're selling yourself short, because CPS concealment has been a motive for them to move out of state before, allegedly. So that's not brand new territory, that the territory they would be embarking to conceal a child. Now, um, after 15, almost 16 months, you've got some other dynamics that come into play, right? I mean, for
Right.
16 months, someone has to feed the child and clothe the child and conceal the child, entertain the child. Maybe I don't know. Like, you have to believe that if somebody better than the Wells had her, better than the Wells, if they had came and rescued her, that they were going to bring her to a dentist or a doctor's, or she might get a booster shot for school. Like, she could pop up somewhere where there'd be a documentation of her existence, right? That all
Right.
of these agents could scour and scour and scour and find. And as you go further and further away from that, I mean, especially knowing that the child had um, what appeared varying levels of decay and or infection in her front of her teeth, like, that's the first thing that came to my mind. Also knowing that, what is it, the VICAP in certain situations, they forward the dental data with them, but NICMEC doesn't. So, you know what I mean? Like, I think that a portion of what as a community we could push for is some sort of new database, right? Like, it's the old proverbial statement, right? Where you're like, even if what we're doing saves one child, legislation says it. Congress says those same things. So even if making it a little more difficult in the startup phase, like, you just make it a mandate, right? Like, kids got to have dental, they got to have their dental data. When they go missing, whoever is covering these cases online, you need to be forwarding the dental data, right? And then I think in the scenario where you have proactive, preemptive dentists who take on that oath of, also protecting children. Like, if you see a scenario in your office and you're like, this is really strange, let me go ahead and run this dental record really quick. And if that dental record gets ran through that database with the NICMEC like it would the VICAP, you could potentially find the child if it were being held somewhere else. Does that even sound reasonable? I mean, they're doing it for VICAP. So it seems like it's just an extra step. Like, we would just be asking professionals to allow this sort of networking of information, when it comes to children, right? We already know of the jurisdictional issues when it comes to crimes with adults, right? Like, theoretically, that's why truck drivers are so successful. They can leave their jurisdiction, create havoc and commit a crime somewhere else in another state, another jurisdiction, another county, come back, and it's the way you do it. And so how you bridge those gaps where you have the victim twice, where it's a victim that's lost their life and now, or his life, and couple that with a victim you can't identify and give a proper burial to. It's the missing.
Right.
Right? Like,
That's a wonderful idea.
I mean, there's ways that you can get around this. If these agencies say they use extra care and attention for crimes with children, this should be protocol, because you're looking at doctors and dentists and people in the field, medically in the battlefield, that are the last resort if a child is being kept somewhere else. And there's a behavior, like, what does a doctor do if there's a strange behavior? Like, he's mandated to call the CPS, right? Like, he has to. So if it, like, or call the police or whomever they're mandated to do to call. But that doctor could also take the step further and run the dental information. It's not that hard. I don't feel like that should be part of what they do. Anyways, sorry. Thank you for letting me vent about that.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Anyways, moving forward.
And she put them in line.
Do her best.
She loves to play in the mud and the water and swing on her swing and enjoy dirt.
When I run the lawnmower around, she would run behind me. When the boys run their bikes around, she, as fast as that little bike could go, she would be behind them running and keeping up with them, no problem. She loved to run. She just loved to run.
He's making her as fast as one of her brothers who are boys. He's making her fast, right? So if it was a scenario where someone's coming to take her from your property and the child is fast, she's been running up and down, she's been training her whole life on that hill, up and down, riding bikes, running barefoot, and she got caught by somebody that isn't from that hill. I'd go so far as to say that he's making it sound like this child could outrun me if I was on that hill, and I think she probably could. And I'm no slouch. I'm no slouch. Probably. So what you have is you have an elusive, in his words, you have an elusive little tom girl who is fast as her brothers on motorbikes, people. And somehow she got abducted from that hill. Got to make that make sense all in its own.
It doesn't.
She's and that's his words. She's as fast as their brothers when they're on the motorbikes. she can keep up right behind him, even on the lawnmower. When he's on the lawnmower, which you can see, he switched away from the lawnmower really quick. I felt like, right, and I know in the beginning I had heard someone cover it in a way where they're like, you know, what if, there's, a lawnmower situation, and he switches from lawnmower over to, motorbikes, because it, again, you know what it does? It thrusts the boys. I mean, even when he says motorbike, you still get the idea, like, man, because I've seen all sorts of video or pictures or whatnot. I mean, they didn't make them kids wear no helmets when they rode them damn bikes.
Uh-uh. Yeah,
Safety
and we
was like,
saw her run after one of the bikes.
and keeping up with them. Lawnmower around, she would run behind me when the boys run their bikes around. She espoused
water and swing on her swing and enjoy dirt.
when I run the lawnmower around, she would run behind me when the boys run their bikes around. She, as fast as that little bike could go, she would be behind them running and keeping up with them, no problem. She loved to run. She just loved to run, and she could pull herself up on that swing, her full body weight with her two hands, and she could be.
he just goes on and on and on about how strong and fast this little girl is, but she gets hemmed up by somebody.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, yeah, I agree with you.
The other thing is, like, I don't know. I don't think you and I have talked about it, but like 36 inches, I guarantee you that child was taller than 36 inches.
Well, we know she was because there's a picture of her standing by a rail at Bays Mountain,
And there's a rail
and
top of its
Jennifer.
48.
Well, Jennifer asked Scott Skulls to go measure the rail because we can see where the rail falls on her, and
Yeah.
she was closer to 4 feet tall.
So
Which,
maybe
when she went missing, she was
42 to
4 feet
48
tall.
inches. So they're
Somewhere
like
in there.
they're making her a whole foot shorter
Yeah.
than she actually is. So you're like they're making it seem like, oh wow, and this one's been updated too to her other. I'm sure. Wait a minute. Didn't didn't the reward expire?
Yeah.
Okay, on the 15th, right?
Yeah. Yes. I think I can't remember exactly, but it seems like it was the 15th. Do you guys know in chat? I'm sure somebody does.
So why would you update her age if you couldn't update her height and weight? Those other two things updated too. This is some old Tim Mullins dumb shit. That's what this is. Fucking idiot. That's what that is. Like, we know Nick Meck, for the most part, leaves their age at the age they were when they went missing. But with
Right.
right, so with this, jeez, Tim, you are a
So
dumbass.
what you're saying is,
They're
well, we
making it
know
look
her
like you're
age has
a
changed.
toddler. 3 feet
Yeah.
tall is a toddler.
Yeah.
That's not a 5-year-old. That's a 2-year-old, 3-year-old.
Huh.
You got a 3 foot 6-year-old that weighs 40 pounds.
Yeah. I mean, that's the issue because it's like they realized that they needed to change the age, but it
Like-
never occurred to them to change the weight and height.
Like a 3 foot 40-pound child is a chunky ass baby.
How did nobody correct
Think
3
about it.
feet though?
3 foot 40 pounds is a chunky little baby. I promise you it is.
Is it? I don't know how high 3 feet is really. Yeah, but not. Yeah, but I mean, it's definitely wrong. But if she had been to the doctor for her shots and stuff, they would have had that accurate info, correct?
Hey,
Being so nice, he said no thanks. I always exit, like hit the X at the top.
yeah.
I'm like, I'm not giving you an answer.
Like, yeah, that's a chunky baby, is what it is. I don't want to do all the math. But it is. That's a chunky baby, for fuck's sake. Like what? That's insane. That's insane.
Well, I think most people with daughters that were 5 years old were saying they were like 3.5 to 4 feet at the time. So they thought it was strange that they had 3 feet. But like I said, if if she had been to the doctor, like was said that she had, that doctor would have her most recent, like within the past month, weight and height. So why didn't they
Absolutely.
use that?
I do not know. It's a very good point. Very good point.
Nobody, none of the other boys can do that, but she can.
Was she in school yet?
So she can do stuff the boys can't. So, I mean, it just is like, it's just the oddest thing to say, right? You're making her the most physically strong child on the hill, but she's the one that gets took. Like I can't
Yeah,
see.
and Phoebe, how did they know that she would be where nobody could see her, that those boys weren't coming out right behind her, that Candace wasn't about to come around that house, that Dawn wasn't about to pull up in that driveway, or
Too
that
perfect.
because the white truck was there, that Dawn wasn't already there?
It's too perfect. I mean, it's too perfect. And it's
Perfect storm.
right. I mean, it's a lotto odd, right? Just like two disappearances in one family. You got these crazy lotto odds, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I even feel
very
like the
strange.
suspect. I feel like the suspect, or not the suspect truck, but this witness truck, this red truck. I feel like even that is a lotto odd. Like, how can it be they're looking for a truck that's remarkably similar to the truck that goes to the neighbors, right?
Right.
Now, and this is the other thing that she'll say bullshit like, oh, there's many of those trucks around. Well, let me tell you what Jody Sue is good for, people. She's good for bait plates. So what that means is with one kind of truck all over the place, if you had a plate that came from anywhere else and you put it on the back of the truck, like we don't have anyone else that's good for some of these things like a death box, changing the plates on vehicles that don't belong on vehicles. People, let me tell you, these are the attributes you would expect to find in the offender that could be capable of a situation like this. Hands down. All of this decomp stuff, all of this weird, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I need to go. Let me ask you a question. Um, the stuff with the stuff with Pam Sanchez, was that
Yeah.
stuff? That stuff she was interviewed, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Why do you ask that?
Um, I'm just curious. Just
Okay. Okay.
curious.
I'm curious
I,
why there's a box with a cougar skull in it.
with a what?
Cougar skull?
Cougar skull.
Yeah, you gotta see Jody Sue with the cougar skull box.
Where at?
Benny. Oh my god. I'll
You
show it
want
to
to
you.
pull
Let's
it?
finish this and I'll show it to you. You want me to
Okay.
pull it up first? But I don't want to take you off of this.
No, yeah. Let's get. Let's Minutes.
No,
No.
she's going this year.
This will be her first
She's
kitty
been
card.
did all the what?
I took care of everything.
Yeah.
I had her already took.
Wouldn't you say this is going to be her first year? That's what I think I would say. But then again, I'm not in that situation. But if I were to pretend like I were, I think I would probably say, yeah, this is going to be her first year. Not like this was supposed to be her first year. I don't know. That's strange. But I already have a little bit of a bias. I identify that.
I mean, they're completely saying that she's already gone.
Gone.
And
I mean, everything has a D on the end of it.
like I've heard people say that that's just coming to terms. They've come to terms with it, but this is 3 weeks, not even 3 weeks.
This is June 29th. So, I think it's safe to say they may have been interviewed early the 29th or the 28th. I mean,
So 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks. So
In 2 weeks, Benny, do you think you could come to terms with that if you didn't know for sure?
I don't think so because I don't think so. I don't want to go too much further than that, but no, I do not think so.
I mean, I don't
mean-
think I could as far because if there was any hope.
The police were still
I'm not
searching.
going to be. Yes, they were. They were there they were there that day.
Yeah, a few more days after this, but yeah, like they're if other people are out there searching, helicopters, drones buzzing, like she should still have hope, and they're already they are to a weird place because of course being fed this red truck stuff and Don believing that she's been put in a vehicle and taken far, far away, like to see them out there searching close to the house, I don't know. It gets into that slippery slope, right? Where, if you're the Wells and you're involved and they're searching close to the house, but you don't have her close to the house, wherever she's at, then you might feel comfortable. But if you've got her close to the house, then, and let me tell you what, one of those searches they did, I think it was back in March, the one that Jody Stuhl missed her oncology appointment for because they were doing the search. That was the day Candace and her mom were playing Monopoly. Now,
Yeah.
I truly believe the nonchalance of the way that they detailed their afternoon. So to me, you have Jody Stuhl staying home think about the importance of this, people. Jody Sue stays home from a cancer appointment on the day they're doing a search. Meanwhile, her counterpart, Candace, is so laid back. In fact, she's cool as a cucumber playing Monopoly with her mom. Her mom is equally as cool. So, one could contend that they're super laid back. One could contend, well, that's, maybe they're just trying to keep their hands busy and they're very anxious. However,
Yeah.
from the outside looking in, it certainly looked like Jody Sue had to know what was going on, and Candace, Candace and Grandis could have cared less. My take.
Yeah. Yeah.
Give them all of her shots and registered in the school for ready for this year.
I just never expected for anyone to get a hold of my heart like she has, because I try to guard my heart as much as I can, but she holds my heart in her little hands, and I love her with all my heart. I'd do anything to have her back. If there's any way you can find it in your heart to please release her somehow, I don't know how you might do that. You're probably scared of going to prison for the rest of your life and everything else, I'm sure. But please find it in your heart, have mercy, and find a way of letting.
So right there, he appoints a punishment, which he had a little issue later on with CM, remember?
Yep.
He was with that, I don't know if I could do that kind of stuff. But here, he's appointing a punishment. That's a life imprisonment punishment. He's doling it out right here. So That's interesting. I
Yeah.
don't know what that means. I mean, he played into the wrong side of what it should sound like later on, but initially, he hit it on key. Like that's, I think, more what you want to hear than him, not putting the correct punishment. Make with that psychology being that not being able to appoint a punishment could mean he's involved himself. He did bypass that and go straight to the punishment, which was extreme. So um, that's interesting. Um,
Yeah. Well, you'll hear too. He also says here, if you could find a way, I don't know how you do it.
yeah,
You
like
know,
it's
it's
going to
like
be
what?
difficult to do it, right? Um, I mean, it's really not. But let me run it back real quick.
Please find it in your heart, have mercy, and find a way of letting her go, and where we can get her back. And just please have mercy on her, and you know, and us, and her brothers. And she's such a loving, good spirit. Please don't hurt her. Please let her come home. She's my biggest fear is, her being tormented or locked in a dungeon or basement or something, because she loved to be outside all the time. That was her, unfortunately, her downfall. Because a lot of times,
How does he know that's her downfall? Or does he just mean like by mosquito bites or not wearing shoes and maybe poking her toe or stubbing her toe or falling off the bike down the
No, I don't think
hill?
so. I don't think so. I think he means like he believes
Because,
that she was outside the house and got taken.
but his wife, all he knows to this point is what his wife's told him is that she had to have been downstairs in the toy room. That's the last place, was the toy room.
Yeah, that's true.
They're already differing, right? So she says toy room, but now hold on.
all the time, that was her, unfortunately.
Yeah, the toy room is inside, people. He's putting her outside, and the outside is the downfall, right? Now, is he readjusting the location? Because you don't hear her saying, no, 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 no. She was inside. Being inside down in the toy room by herself would have been the downfall, not being outside. But then again, Jody Sue says the boy said, just saw her a few minutes ago by the swing set. So we've got a downfall,
Allegedly. Yeah.
allegedly, right?
Yeah.
He's speaking into existence a downfall. Where could you fall down? Probably about around down yonder around that swing. It's just
Well,
readjusting the
that's true
verbiage.
too.
It's a downfall.
Yeah.
Outside is her downfall. Outside she fell down. She come off the swing. She fell off a bike.
Shit.
She fall asleep underneath the tire of the car. Nobody looked.
Oh God. Yeah.
What do we got here? But we got it. We got something right there. He's hung up. It's a downfall. A downfall suggests, like, man, she was taken from inside the house, Jack. That's what your wife been saying. If she was outside, maybe she'd have been safe outside.
Yeah. Candy said somebody lured her out of the basement. Which I don't. Yeah. I don't believe any of that at all.
And you got one running off to the army, man. You got that one that runs off. And you got two that ran off. You got two that ran off. Why'd the first one run off? The old gal. She went off. She just couldn't fucking stand her daughter anymore, right? That relationship deteriorated. But you got one to run. Huh? Grandis. Grandis and Candace. She
I was like, wait.
She split. She split.
Yeah.
That her closest relationship in Tennessee deteriorated. She split. She's not around to wait for her granddaughter to come home. She's not around to try to help get her grandsons back. She split. Right? Yeah. And just people just on the split, right? Like these situations, this doesn't seem typical. All of this implosion in all these families. I mean, both hills are completely decimated. They're mere fragments of what they were before. Like Jody likes to talk about how bad. I mean, Jody likes to talk about how bad it was then. Look at it now. Fucking look at it now.
I've never
decimated.
Are they? Has anybody been around there?
This little girl right here had power to do that. She said it. She said Summer getting gone is what made Andy snap. Remember? That's what she said.
She did. She did say that.
It's what she said. Summer gone missing, getting gone, made Andy snap.
Yeah.
But we know she
extra. Oh, Jody Sue, that's terrible. You were just trying to find Summer.
Why wait until it goes missing? Why wait till it goes missing to try to find it? Why not try to find whatever goes missing? Like if you could keep from losing it. Huh.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
You said if it goes missing.
Anything. Your keys, your wallet, your children, like, and I mean to Jody Sue.
Precautions.
Yeah, you take precautions.
You mean take precautions?
Absolutely.
Gotcha.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I was like, I don't know.
Yeah.
What to say because I don't know what the answer is.
Your favorite pair of jeans has a hole in the back. You put your wallet in the front.
Yeah.
Right? You work around. You work around what you got.
Yeah. Always.
This is not that situation. This is not that situation. I mean, let me tell you what. Throughout my life, I would have like these seldom instances of deja vu. Now it's like all the time. Like it just, that just sort of psychic, cosmic feel you get. You're like, wow, far out. When you have a real legitimate deja vu, now it's just like every few days, it's like, I'm like, well, I've been right here before. This is weird because it's been that.
Really?
Oh, man, for quite a while now.
Are you logging that? Are you logging that at all?
No, not really. No. But it's just all.
Start doing that, baby.
It's so weird.
Try to start doing it.
I will.
Like grab your phone and talk it, like record it or something.
It's not that hard to do.
Just
I need
for
to.
You.
Yep. But I feel like
it may be nothing, but it may be something.
Just for me. And I feel like there's this inevitable reset on the way. And people don't realize, like right now, it probably seems pretty hectic in certain subsets of this community, little genres, little groups, little cliques, whatever. But we're literally like 2 weeks from the revamping and the re-energizing, in my opinion, of this whole situation. When this dude hits the street again with his ground, when he hits the ground running, and this thing is gonna open right back up, in my opinion. Um,
Oh,
like
yeah. You're saying when he gets out?
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like
Absolutely.
we don't even know what's on the way, but whatever problems we have right now, in the Summer Wells community, like embrace those, because those are just the stand-in until the real problem gets here. Because the real problem is on the way. It's gonna look like this dude right here, because this dude, he has the power now, right? He's been gone.
Yeah.
It's reset 180 days. You're gonna hit the ground running. What he's gonna carry with him is a little bit of that, what I've coined the Jose effect, the Jose Roman effect. Like he's gonna be able to
Yeah.
come back now. Guess what? Everybody hated Don. Now everybody can't wait for Don to get back to hear the things Jody Sue has said, and the things that Candace has done and went over with Ernie and this and that. People can't wait. They want to see Don go through that.
Why?
And I don't know, but I know you know that.
I
You've
don't.
seen it, you've read it, you've heard it. It's right there. They can't wait. Oh, big bad Don, he's redeemed himself, and when he comes home, they can't wait. They can't wait to
Dude, all
adopt.
that's gonna do is turn him back to drugs and alcohol. It's not gonna. He's not a badass. He's not gonna come through here with a
You know,
billy club straightening people out. And
he was a
even
badass.
when
He
he
was a
refutes,
badass.
if he refutes anything, yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. We got to delay. You got it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna say if he refutes or agrees with anything Jody Sue says, well, you can't believe Don either.
That's it.
So it's like a freaking pointless walking into a wall. I hope
It
it's
is.
not like that, but that's how it feels. But all that stress putting it on that man when he's been sitting in there all this time, ain't helping
You know,
Summer.
no, it's not. And like I know, unless Don and Candace lied to me, there's so many people that are like, Benny, what have you ever done? I can tell you what I've done. I've restored hope
Yep.
for these people. They said they told me I restored hope for them a lot of days in a row, a lot of months in a row. I restored hope for them. What does it take to be able to restore hope from someone through your computer and a microphone? It takes faith. I didn't do that for Don and Candace. I did it for Summer.
Yeah.
And people
She
get
needs
lost
them
in the
strong.
sauce. That's it. They don't like one of the ingredients in a recipe. They don't want to eat the meal. I get it. They don't like that I say fuck or bitch or fuck you bitch, or they don't like that, and so the mission doesn't seem sincere. Let me tell you,
Right.
man, I restored hope. And I don't pat myself on the back because it's not some big accomplishment, but it's the ideal of being able to restore hope in someone in their darkest hour. Whether he's guilty or innocent, I don't know that. I can't know that. The police don't know that. But if he's innocent in the end of all of this and I restored hope, man, that was a beautiful moment that
Yeah.
I shined. It was a beautiful
Yeah.
moment.
And I think it's where, and I think most people don't realize what they have done, including like subs and creators and people. I mean, there are people who visibly do things like the searchers and law enforcement and
The people
things
that
like
put the
that. We
vigils
know,
together.
right? Yes, that we can
I mean,
visibly, but as individuals, what we're doing by keeping her name out there, by gathering information, by pulling information, we're still looking. Just because we haven't found her yet doesn't mean we haven't done anything, because we have. We've busted our asses, and that's all of us. I mean, not probably not every single person, but most everybody that's in this chat right now. And none of us should have to quantify that to anyone,
no.
much less Lofi Sue over there,
Much less
who's
Lofi
done
Sue.
nothing but
Right?
she's done nothing but cause problems.
I mean, I'm sure is so many people listening to this will listen to it or will hear it through Jody Sue some kind of way. Man, all of y'all pay $4.99 to go get you a people check or a background checker, an Intellis checker, or whatever the hell. You find out what the hell Benny Keys has been in trouble for. Nothing like what Jody Sue has ever been in trouble for.
And you can look at me, Jennifer Waters, and there's nothing. So have fun.
I got into some trouble as a youngster, different shit like that. As an adult, man, you could look it up. Look me up. I had some serious cases that got dropped, that quite naturally won't pop up. Cases that I fought to the end and beat them. Was exonerated. You people can't even see them. You don't know if I'm a
But
bank
see, the
robber.
difference is
None of that.
you paid for the things that you were found guilty of, right?
Correct. Correct.
Some people did not have to do that. Some people were found guilty and didn't have to do anything.
That's it.
It's weird.
And let me tell you what. You got to give a shout out to the web sleuth community who was able to find the information that had the list of players in the indictment, and show that the preface of that all was contextualized by saying that all of the information that led to these 32-piece indictments, which each of those players had different indictments of their own. They had multiple indictments apiece times 32 players. Like, that was a crime wave they took care of. All thanks to Jody Sue. And it says right in the context, right in the preface of the indictments, it says that this information came via an investigation that started in Beach Creek in the month that they got busted. Bam. Right? Now,
Well,
and then you got
and she admitted it. So.
Right. She admitted to working with the big fish. But then you got these I don't knows, right? Like you got these folks to say they don't know, they don't remember what they was driving. They don't know what the Schedule 2 is. I don't know what the roadkill is. All these super convenient things. And I had a conversation, I think with Fizzle and Jenny, and it was with the whole thing with Jody Sue and the possession of the phones and DC and the hospital and all these different dynamics. Like, it sucks for Andy online when she has access to his things and can make it look like it's him. Yeah, she could belittle him and bang his ego up and maybe damage some of his relationships in the network. But when it comes to criminalities, it's a fucking get out of jail free card. All you got to do is be able to prove that your baddie bitch one time had possession of your phone. Other people could testify to the fact that she stole it. You saw it in the hospital. She's done lives. Other people in the holler can prove it. Now what it looks like is that anytime he had a movement, it could have been her.
Yep.
And if he's smart, Andy, if you're listening, if you're smart, that's just what you'll say, partner. You'll just say it was hers. Or that, I don't remember, maybe it's her. Yeah, point it towards her, man. There's a shadow of doubt. Stick to your story, bro. It's her. She had the phones.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. Whatever it could be.
That's what you get when you feel like you got to have control over every damn person around you.
What you get. You get real control in the real world on that ego social media bullshit, but what you buy yourself into is fucking a ride anytime. Fucking, if this shit goes sour, let me tell you what, if this shit goes sour and Andy and Jody Sue get pulled in, you be a fucking fool to think that at some point they won't talk about her possession of his tech and his profiles. I promise you.
Yep.
I promise you they will. If they get sucked in, you'll hear about it. Because he'll be trying to shrug off whatever they're trying to jack him up on. And that's one way his defense attorney will be able to shrug it off, is by saying, well, this bitch had access to the tech on multiple occasions.
Legitimately. It's not even I don't know.
It's not like she just had access to his Facebook and he still had his phone. Not like in real life had his device so that she could move and it could actually look like him. Right?
Not just that, she told the Discord she had GPS tracking on it.
That's
So
right.
she didn't just have access to all of his stuff; she knew exactly where he was.
Yeah. And then you hear the call. You hear the call to his job, right? Like Jody's
Yeah,
claim to fame for Andy is before Andy ever came out. Jody's claim to fame is he'd been cleared by the feds. He was on camera all day. Well, then you hear his boss say, "Phew, he really actually couldn't remember if they came and looked at it."
yeah.
He said that.
And that's Adrian. Yeah, Adrian did that call. That's
Yeah.
just so you guys know. If you guys don't know, crime on
So
that.
what you're looking at is where
She's
a
now.
witness, yeah, she did, and she did a beautiful job, and that's what it points to is that you don't act. He can't tell us definitively if the fucking feds or the TBI came and saw that footage. He can't remember. He
Mhm.
can't. And that also leads back to what I've been saying for the past couple of few streams is that it's that Himalaya, is that, like down the Price is Right. When you're climbing that Himalaya, you're remembering, and then you tip. And when you tip, you start forgetting. The boss, he can't remember.
Yeah,
That seems like that's pretty locked in. Like the feds ain't coming to your fucking place of business all the time to look at one of your employees on a camera. Seems like you would remember that, right? I
yeah.
think you
But
probably would.
he does remember that the TBI came and looked at the tapes. He didn't
But what?
remember what time Andy was at work, like what the times were.
Oh, okay. So, well, then I give him some real estate there. But you got to not remember. Now, some of it is okay to not remember, but some of the things that they're transplanting that they don't remember are from the very beginning, and you know that they do remember these things or have been told. So
Hey, maybe
now,
they just don't want to tell us. You know, I
maybe,
mean, there's that too. They may just not want to tell anybody.
and that's the thing. They don't owe us anything. Jody doesn't owe us
Yeah,
shit. He doesn't owe us shit. Right? I'm appreciative of the good
right.
stuff both of them have brought. I'm appreciative. Right? Or
Yeah,
seemingly what we've been able to sift and filter out. What I feel like is viable from them, I'm appreciative that they've even brought that. But the trade off with that is all of this other stuff, right? It's all extra. It's
right.
all extra. And
Well,
the other
I
thing
know
is
when
that Jody refuses. She's not an empath, and what I mean by that is
I.
she doesn't realize that if the shoe were on the other foot, what it could look like. Right? I guarantee you, if her child was missing, she would want all of us to renegade for her child like we are Summer Wells. I guarantee you she would.
Yeah, she's just yeah. There's so much to this with her. All that this psychology crap in her head, all the stuff that's going on in her head. It's crazy because she says like, "I don't owe YouTube anything," right? She doesn't owe us to tell us anything. We're not asking her to tell us anything. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like you're making yourself important. We want you to not talk about it anymore because you're lying.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at it in terms of the volume, I know that at certain times, which is a lot of times, in a lot of our feeds, we might scroll the equivalent of 4 or 5, 6 feet and see nothing but Jody Sue clips. And very rarely are they double ups, right? Like a lot of these clip channels are really good when they work in tandem with other creators. They're not necessarily, they don't, there's not a saturation of the information. Like Deets doesn't typically regurgitate what Days does and vice versa, right? It's just sort of chronological, right? And it flows and
Right.
it makes sense and it's good, right? Um, but for her to come here and blunder and even be caught in situations like the death box, the unaliving, the buckets, Reaper, like these are all huge things that, and I'll be quite honest with you, they do give us a segue into um, her interpretation, her profile. But at the same time, what it is it's like so personal information that like by and large, in my opinion, I don't think we really need to be sifting through that, but it's here
Right.
and it's part of it now,
Yeah.
right? Like we
Unfortunately.
can't deny it. Like you hear death box and you hear all these startling things, and you'd be a fool as a web sleuth to not pay zero. Like you have to pay attention to it.
Yep.
Yeah. So I don't know. It is. I'm sure that what she does also clearly comes with its own frustrations as well. I mean, I don't think that the lady is upset over nothing. I think when she's upset that she might actually be upset about valid things that are just quite naturally specific to her. But
What lady?
Jody Sue, that lady.
You said lady. No, I'm sure there are
No,
things to
I'm
be
sorry, that
upset
lady.
about. And like I said, before, like with the TV situation, yeah, Andy's absolutely wrong. However, she's part of the problem, a big part
Yeah,
of
I
the
mean, yeah,
problem,
I
and
mean,
she
it's a
won't admit
catalyst.
it.
No, she won't. I mean, in certain situations, yes, the man can be the total aggressor, the woman could be the total aggressor. But I believe, in my opinion, we have substantial evidence that says that they hit on each other. So, for what it's
Yep.
worth, yeah, it's them, right? I mean,
Yep.
it's a cat. It takes her at certain situations to, you know, to make it viable. To dance, you got to have
Yep.
two. So they
I
dance
mean,
a
that's
lot.
what's infuriating. Yeah, that's what's infuriating. She tries to make it like poor Jody Sue in the corner, cowering. I mean, she went so far as to say that that the property in the house was a wreck. That was part of his abuse of her. Like she couldn't wash some damn dishes. Do you know what I'm
Well,
saying? It's like, dude,
right.
you're part of this. You can't just say it's all everything is one person. But she does that now. Everything is the fault of YouTube. Everything is the fault of Benny Keys and
For sure.
Fizzle
And
and
in the same
Grabbaboof and
respect, you would expect. I think in a lot of cases, what happens is that if he's getting physical with her about dishes, you might see a change in the behavior. Right? She might start doing the dishes. Now, I'm not saying that's the way that you need to domestically deal with that, but it just she
yeah,
doesn't
it's not.
really know, right? She doesn't fit that criteria, right? Like just
Right.
because someone's getting physical with you, it seems like he got physical with the way she paints it. He got physical with her about the dishes, and she just continued to not do them. That's not really the way it works, right? Like
Right.
if the abuse is bad enough and you're staying, I promise you, 9 times out of 10, you're doing dishes, right? Like to keep to limit the abuse, right? But that's not what
Yeah.
she relays to us. It's quite the opposite, you know.
Well, she makes it sound like he wouldn't let her do anything to improve the living situation.
Now,
Like he wouldn't allow it.
as strange as that sounds, typically I would say that's insane. But after going through a lot of what I went through with Don and Candace in terms of the refrigerator and some of the other things that I said I would assist them with, Don seemingly also. I don't know about Andy, but Don seemingly didn't want to upgrade his home. Didn't want any help.
Oh no, no, yeah, no,
Yeah.
no. I understand that. But what I mean, so I guess he's completely changed his entire personality in the past year, then, because it's not that way
Correct.
now.
Correct. Or Becca is completely cool with the monster that he never changed out of. Right.
But then would he not allow her to do anything like cook or
Correct.
clean or do the things that she does? Do you know
No,
what I'm saying? It's like
absolutely. Yeah.
it
He's
takes
just
two.
completely
Just like you
retailored his whole
said.
character.
Yeah, and my problem is not that Andy. I'm not saying that Andy's great or anything like that. What I'm saying is she refuses to take responsibility for the bad decisions and the bad behavior and the bad actions that are her own.
Right.
She refuses.
No.
It's everybody
Correct.
else.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, it's gluttonous. I mean, it's gluttonous to have the abilities and not take action. You know,
Right.
at all. At all.
Right.
How much we got left here? Not too much.
Her downfall is a lot of times the boys would be inside and we'd be like, "Where's Summer? Why'd you leave her out there alone? Go get Summer now." And that's happened over and over again. And we'd come out and she would always be close by.
But so when she's outside and the boys are inside and she hasn't went missing, it's not a downfall, right? I mean, she's just outside and it's not hasn't reached a downfall conclusion. You know, man, I feel like this seems a little bit different to me even again tonight.
And that's happened over and over again. And we come out.
I'll tell you what I've been doing pretty much all day. I've been looking at Terry Hobbs. I've been looking over and
I
over.
was muted. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I've been looking at Terry Hobbs. He posted a new video 2 weeks ago. Continues, yeah, like he continues putting his little guitar solos up and he's singing, and it's very interesting to me. It's almost like he wants to be seen, but I want to talk to that dude. But I've been looking at a lot of his deposition stuff, specifically, and just looking at him and looking at other dudes and trying to get a feel, because I looked at this early on this morning and it just was like kind of shook from looking at it again. It's like, man, because I feel the same way. Like it's her. You don't see him, and then as soon as it zooms to him, you buy it. I'm bought in again, right? But I know what I know at the same time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
It's almost like it would be a lot easier if you had a little Tim Mullins sitting on his shoulder here and over here. It would make it a little bit easier, right? If you had all these different pieces that you could look at all at one time on one screen while he's saying this shit, you'd be like, yeah, this motherfucker, he's good for it, allegedly. But I don't know, man. Like it's so fucked up.
She would always be close by, but he was always coming up. She had to be outside. She was an outdoor person. And
she loved to be outside.
And I'm so afraid that she's locked away. She's such a loving heart and everything, and I'm afraid that she won't be able to, locked away where she can't be outside.
Yes, Don. If she's locked away somewhere, she could be behaving just like Jody Sue. I mean, think about it too, right? Like, so before Summer goes missing, you've got Jody outside quite often, working the lines and shit, fucking around with pins, and now she's scared to go outside. Like, she's legitimately built a prison for herself.
Yeah.
Take a look at it right here. Like, she's a prisoner. She's actually built a prison for her.
Or play with a puppy or anything, love nature, and that's my greatest fear, that she's not able to do any of these things anymore, or that she could possibly, I don't want to think she's dead, but it's a possibility. I don't want to address all the negativity. I just want to focus on the positive, because it's so easy to get, lost in that negativity and stuff, and it's just not worth it. So I appreciate y'all, the good things you say, and your prayers. That's awesome.
When my sister called missing, I was in between Arkansas and Tennessee. I don't know all of what happened or what did happen, but I hope that they find her too.
I don't believe that either, because she knows anything that Grandis knows, and here she goes saying she don't know. I don't understand that shit.
I don't either.
I mean, if
I
you
never
know,
did. She's real weird about that.
yeah, like and I'm talking about any of y'all that the sheriff calls players and shit. Like if y'all know something, just say it. But quit getting caught in these positions where you got to talk about these fucking very fucking dysfunctional dynamics of your personal lives. Like, I don't give a fuck about your box, Jody. None of your boxes.
That's what he said.
But now we do. Now we do.
Unfortunately.
Right? Unfortunately. Because you've offered up so many pieces to a profile. Holy shit, you're like a Star Wars Lego kit, bitch. Like we're just putting you together. And you just holy fuck's sake. Right? Like all we need is some firebug shit and I'll be convinced.
And bring her home safely too.
Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, she disappeared without a trace. They haven't found anything, haven't found a body, nothing. And you know, when you see cases,
And that's not entirely true either. Because they have found something. They have sense. So to say they found nothing,
Her sister. He's referring to Rose.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
she disappeared without a trace. They haven't found anything, haven't found a body, nothing. And you know, when you
I
see
got
cases
lost
like
for a
that,
minute.
that's why I lose hope on Summer. You know, I want to keep hope,
It's
but
easy to do.
sometimes
I lost my way for a
just
minute.
I lose hope. I mean, I think, well, maybe we won't never see her again. You know, so I start thinking in past tense. Sorry, but I'm trying to keep hope up. I'm trying to keep my prayers up and all that.
Reggie Bush had something important taken from him, so Wendy's is returning it.
The pretzel pub! Let's go! Yes!
We haven't.
Was that the end? I think that was the end.
Yeah, it was close if it wasn't.
So can we see this cougar?
Yeah. You want me to share?
Yes, please.
Did I share the wrong one? I shared the wrong one. Hold on. I shared the other screen, the one where we
Oh,
are. Because it had evidence in the title. And I was like, oh, that's it. No. Okay. You ready?
I'm ready.
Make sure I'm turned up where you can hear it. It's okay. Here we go.
And I thought while I was here, I would show you.
She looks like she just ate a cougar head for dinner.
You remember the other night when we had the whole oh dear thing happening, right? That they're still trying to make a thing, including some misrepresentation happening over on lockdown. You
No,
remember
no, no.
how?
So I didn't. Can you run it back? I missed it.
Yeah.
She has a stinky fucking cougar skull in that fucking trailer with her right now.
I guess. Andy said she did buy one. So at some point.
She actually shows the bone, the skull.
Hold on, you watch very closely.
And I thought while I was here, I would show y'all,
Bitch, don't you look at me with that
receipts and all.
on. For real.
You remember the other night when we had the whole oh dear thing happening, right?
I'm just gonna fucking eat with them dirty ass hands
They're still
too.
trying to make a thing, including some misrepresentation happening over on lockdown. You remember how?
Oh.
And that's it. She doesn't come back. It ended. She didn't take it down. She didn't edit it. Right?
Yes.
So she's either playing a prank, which is highly possible, or something happened that took her away from there where she was not able to do anything with this video.
So.
You need to
What?
screenshot Mafia that.
No, yeah, put that.
I got a
No.
screenshot.
You can see the bone?
Huh? No. It says it on the box.
Okay. Check this
It
out.
says
Check this
what?
out. I'm sure you guys probably already did this, but fucking cougar skull for $800. She bought a cougar skull.
That's what
What
he
the fuck?
said.
This one's 230.
He said bobcat skull, but I don't know.
Cougar.
He may have just got them mixed up, you know.
Because she said cougar?
The box says cougar skull on it.
Yeah.
Like on it. Yeah. Then sloppy magic marker.
Wow. Unfucking believable.
What is it? Like, there's one for $32. Oh, that's a wolf. Oh,
No, it's a resin. It's made of resin.
I see it. Yeah, right.
And the replicas are, but the real ones, they're expensive. That's a replica. The real ones, look at that. The real one, man, they want $800 for that, man. Replicas are high too.
She could.
Man, what you weird ass bitch. She's a weird ass bitch.
But you could see it written on the box. So I don't know what she's trying to do here.
I guess I missed that part. I was looking for the bones. Let me see. Cougar skull. Oh, Jesus. Hold on. Screenshot Mafia. Golly. Let me do it one more time. Let me hit
I
her
need
with
to try to get that. Hold on, I want to see that.
Oh dear thing happening, right?
Dang, homie. There it is.
They're still trying to make a thing, including some misrepresentation happening over on lockdown.
Look at Eileen's peeking over the top.
There you go.
Creepy.
Oh.
Damn. Ooh. There it is. There's a clear one.
With her mouth open. I'm sorry, I might have been doing it at the same time. Yeah, I was like, oh, he never gets to the end, so he'll never get this.
Dang. That is crazy.
But so you guys, what do you guys all think? Is she like playing a prank, or is like what's going on here? Because she didn't go live again. She hasn't posted anything.
So wait. This was the end of the one she just did?
The one you were watching earlier, yeah.
This weird ass bitch did all that fucking talking about me only to bring out a fucking box with a cougar skull in it? Bitch,
well,
if you don't shut your alfalfa sprout eating ass up, Golly. What the hell?
Good Lord.
What the hell kind of shit is this?
Fuck you, Lord.
Jenny.
What? Did I say a bad word?
Fucking cougar skull. Are you kidding me?
Benny asshole.
Right there, she said, "Bitty ass." Did you hear it?
Jody, run it back.
Lindsay, fucking Benny, Lindsay asshole.
What's the
There,
time
you.
on that?
Benny asshole.
Oh, that bitty asshole is so funny. Do what now?
What's
What's
the
the time?
what's the time? Yeah, the timestamp on that. Fizzle.
Oh, an
We finna
hour
take this video
39,
down,
40.
bro. Yeah, she can't put my name out
Perfect.
there. I don't. That's a privacy strike right there, baby. What was it again?
Oh, hold on, let me get the exact. Let me get the exact for you.
I'm about to take her video down. Watch.
Somehow she's already aware of the drill with how Floppy enjoys. Yeah. The whole. Yeah. They all build like that though.
You can't just strike.
Not hired by him. They do the strikes and they do whatever to get attention, etc.
Goddamn right I do. Watch. To take this video straight from you. Hopefully, this will be the one to take your old channel down.
Predatory sport.
My channel because you don't like what I'm saying. Lindsay, fucking Benny, Lindsay asshole. Fair use.
Benny asshole.
139.
I don't know, guys.
Yeah, 139.40, right around there.
139.40. All right.
Let's get it exact. But that it's funny. So she came in. You probably heard her in the beginning where she was asking for criminality. If anybody sees criminality, tell them I'm looking for them, right? And so she has actually Teresa shows up for criminality, right? And Jody Sue does this weird playing around with her for a while. Very strange. She was looking for some other little channel called Criminality with a lowercase t. That's what this is that she's playing.
Correct. Yeah.
She said
she don't even,
one
she got
about,
it off. She ain't even got. She got
she
it
said
screwed
about
up.
classic and sincere. Yeah, she was like about classic and sincere. And but those were not about classic and sincere at all. Those videos weren't.
No, basically what that lady did was make those silly videos where they take a still picture and like deep to another face and shit. You know, them weird fucking things. Like put you on a reindeer wrapping with a gold chain. Like she made them. Like
okay. Yeah,
that was like her situation.
But this is like a trip for her. Like she freaking loves this. And then she talks about like me and Adrian and Fizzle and Tiffany, and she calls them
Jody.
by her actual names.
Jody, you had me at Cougar Skull. Fucking A. You had, I felt it move when you said Cougar Skull. Like in a major way, like I hope my divorce hurries up so that you can show me your Cougar Skull. Hey, Fizzle. Hey, we finna get some of that Cougar Skull. Oh, Jody, Cougar Skull, Jody.
The Sioux, dun dun dun.
Yeah. The only thing she actually owns is a cougar skull and the maggots that ate the flesh off it. Oh, Jody, you're foul. You know she didn't buy that cougar skull. Her and Andy seen it hitting the road when they were. They seen that bitch hitting the road when they were booze cruising. You already know.
You know what was interesting? I found out Andy. We have Darmstadt beetles. I didn't know. I did, but I didn't. I forgot we had them. But it's for the.
You guys do?
Yeah, we had the dubia roaches for the.
For the Dubai or for the bearded dragon.
Well, the bearded dragon passed away. We have 2 leopard geckos, but the bearded dragon was well beyond his age, so
yeah,
he was with us for a very long time. But yeah, so it feeds the dubia roaches to him, but the dubia roaches also like die, and the Darmstadt beetles clean them up.
Correct.
So It's a whole little nature thing. And I was like, where are they exactly located? They're under the bar downstairs.
Like, Jody, how many pets do you have? And she's like, I don't know, 20, 30,000.
In the backyard.
Yeah, but you don't even have no lizards, Jody. It's not like you're trying to fucking, I don't know, you're a weirdo. Damn.
Well, I feel like a weirdo because I have dermicid beetles in my
Yeah, but you're feeding animals. This bitch is trying to feed herself.
Well, the only thing that dies are the dubia beetles. And,
right.
I mean, it's a little different than a deer.
Is there a decomp fetish?
With her? Or is there such a thing?
Such a thing.
Probably. I mean, there is for everything, right?
Yeah.
Well, not everything, but I mean, there is for most things, especially really creepy taboo things.
Yeah, I'm guessing this one here has a decomp fetish.
I don't know, but she didn't have any beetles. And my husband was like, she knows you can't just go dig up those beetles, right? You have to buy them.
Wow.
I was like, damn it, Mom.
You got a box full of
He
dung
told me all
beetles.
about it. Well, he told me about the boxes, and last night I believe it was Sticky that told me that they're usually called rot boxes or beetle boxes. And they're used by professionals. They're used by people who do taxidermy and you know, sell the bones and the antlers and things like that.
Jody calls it a stank box.
A stank box. No, that's not what she calls it. That's a different thing that she calls a stank box. But
Oh, Jesus.
she probably had that cardboard box like that said deer skull on it and set it in the backyard. There it is.
Jody's box has got a little wood plaque above it, a little tattoo, and it says "Man Cave."
But you could, I mean, I know you saw that video. Like, Tiffany threw her off completely. That was so fucking funny. And I was like, oh, she's doing a simple Google search.
Hell yeah.
Now, what could roadkill be used for in art? Because she was like, yes, the Darmstadt beetles and blah, 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 blah. And when Mike heard that, he was like, she just looked that up. I was like, I know. That's what I thought. She normally does. He's like,
yeah, she probably,
she doesn't know what she's talking about.
She ain't selling it. She just wants to seem dark. That bitch was eating it. She's like, I got to pick. Either I was playing with it or I was eating it. And I surely don't want to say I was eating this shit. So, yeah, I was playing with it. She knows you weren't playing with it.
Well, she says it's in a box. And then she says later on, the last time I saw it, they'd been scattered.
Man, you know what?
If they're in a box or they're not in a box.
I bet you she's making a big diorama with a big ass mastiff with two little kitties and a snake in its stomach.
Oh no!
It's gonna look like something at the fucking Museum of World History and Archaeological Digs and shit. It'll be a whole life process. Like that's what she's got going. Think about all the bones this woman has in her life. She got a whole fucking portfolio of bones. She got a fucking back. She got a red Tacoma pickup back full of fucking bones. I'm telling you. Chock full of bones.
Well, I'm trying to figure out the pet grave that was dug up. Exactly who would do that? You have to think about who would actually do that. What kind of person? Why? You know what I mean? Do they know where the grave is? Do they know? Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, let me say this really quick, right offhand. A person that plays with fucking remains in boxes with beetles probably is the same person that goes back and digs a dead dog up. If somebody was going to do it, it'd be that person. Because think about it. It's the same thing. It's the same. She's just uncovering a box, right?
Mm-hmm.
That bitch been monitoring that dog decaying. I guarantee it. She probably goes back there and flips the box open and flicks her bean at the same time.
Ew. I'm looking through my hands again.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
But
Jody can't get off unless there's the smell of decomp in the air.
But she said there's cameras everywhere. They bought cameras so they could put them up everywhere, you know?
Well, so then
But
she been selling the footage.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get why they'd hang a toy up like that. None of that makes sense, except in
Hold on.
like her demented mind, like a horror story or something that she's in.
Let me see something really quick. This bitch.
You called her a lady. That was funny.
Make sure this bitch ain't trying to sell Reaper's skull as we speak.
Oh,
For real.
look at Autumn's. Look at Autumn's. She sent you a super chat.
Autumn Haynes, thank you so much for your fucking contribution, Queen. It means the world to me. She said, new profile picture alert. Let me see what you got, baby. Oh shit. It's the cougar skull. Look.
She got her
Nice.
mouth open.
Nice.
That was perfect because that was like 1 second.
I bet this bitch is peddling a skull online. Let me see. You look, man. Look. You can buy them.
No.
Yes.
Hopefully. That's Pitbull right there.
Bitch. Bone clones. What the fuck?
She wouldn't do that, surely.
Fuck, she would. She would sell it. Look.
Who would want to buy a dog skull? I mean, God.
Fuck, look, many people looks like. Holy Christ. Oh, my. That even looks like a bull mastiff with his big ass eye. Look at that.
Just Tiff goes, I stepped away for 1 second and I come back into what? What?
Now that looks like a real skull right there. This one. That looks real. This one looks fake, but you can see like around the nasal bone, all the fine little bones and shit.
Oh.
Damn. Great Dane, Neapolitan Mastiff. Those are real. Look, those are real. Dang. She's selling her animal skulls.
No, surely not.
Man, somebody web sleuths, go to Etsy and find if this bitch is selling shit on the line like her snake skull. You know she got a profile somewhere trying to peddle this shit. You know she is.
Oh God, not. Every time I think people can't do, like there's no way somebody would do that. Well, they do it, so I'm not.
Man,
I just hope not. That's all I can say.
All this shit, you can sell it. All of it. This is the snake she had right here, not the one. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, but if she was going to do that, they have to be pretty pristine to actually get anything out of it, right? I mean, they have to be perfect.
She might actually be a fucking artist.
Somebody half-assing it and breaking ball, yeah. I mean,
all right,
no, she's not an artist. She's a journalist and a geologist and an ecologist.
An entomologist and a sewer specialist. Oh, my God. You can buy a fucking cat skeleton, too, if you want one. Oh, what the world is this? Oh, Jesus. That's what is she trying to fucking become that bitch trying to become a veterinarian on the side. Oh, Jesus. Oh, what the
She said she's Ellie Mae. The critters love her.
Man, that bitch is hell on wheels. That's what she is. That's all she is. You're right taking this creepy ass fucking Mad TV, Mad Magazine picture looking shit. Man, what do you need a cat skeleton for? For fuck's sake. Like Tim Burton shit. Oh,
I wonder what she'll turn this into, Beanie, what you're saying. They tried to say that I was killing my animals to sell their bones.
Allegedly. I mean, you look good for it. Now all of a sudden you're talking about digging one up. Well, guess what? Like, seems like these fucking death boxes, like, I get it. Maybe part of it is that, you want to be able to get to the lid pretty easy. But I'm thinking that if you don't have the lid secured, I mean, this bitch look at the way she lives. So probably she had a little dirt over top the lid, like it was dug in the ground. So it wasn't too much different than digging up her dog than to dig up these fucking bones to look at them periodically and track. I mean, she was charting decomp. She might have been writing it
But
down.
she said she didn't do anything with it.
That's a
That she
lie.
got sick.
She went through
I'm just
far.
saying.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. That's what she said. That bitch went through far too much trouble to not have followed through. I think it just maybe at some point became something she couldn't stomach, or maybe her sickness. I don't know, but she was motivated to get to a certain point where she had them fuckers in the box and the flesh was being stripped in real time. So I mean,
Just Tiff said we forgot proctologist because she's a pain in the.
I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
Just Tiff said we forgot she's also a proctologist.
Oh, proctologist.
No, I think Doo and Unhinged are proctologists because they know how to get right up in her ass.
Yeah, they do. They live there. And I've told Doohickey several times on many occasions. In addition to this one, I'll take the time out to tell you, Doohickey, you need to get real familiar with the corrections facilities around here, because don't be a fake ass bitch and stop writing this bitch when she goes to jail. Like, you need to keep on writing her all the way through. She's gonna need your support. All of y'all, the 6 of y'all that go over there. Like, if 10% of the 6, that'd be almost 2 of y'all would be around there helping. Almost one whole actually would be around there helping her. So make sure you keep in good touch with Jody Stool throughout the upcoming months, because as you heard, the DA, he's not opposed to bringing charges. So we'll see. Fingers crossed. Anyways, that's really all I have.
Yeah,
Holy cow. We put in half a day. So doo-doo, stinky, and poo poo.
5:30 this morning.
Oh yeah, I know. I felt for you guys too. Like,
I
damn,
worked
that
today.
daylight is gonna burn y'all up like Jody said.
Every time I went lay down for a nap today, every time.
She knows what
Every
she's
time
doing.
something would happen. So
She knows. She
gotta
knows.
sleep.
She knows.
She don't even care.
All right. Well, I sure appreciate you coming by here and babysit me for a little bit, baby.
Well, thank you, sir. Y'all have a wonderful night. We'll see y'all
yeah.
soon. Bye, y'all.
We'll be back at it in the morning time. I think I will. We'll go ahead and we'll cover some stuff.
We're gonna do
so with that being,
work tomorrow.
Tomorrow you can expect us to really fuck shit up. So be on the lookout for the fucking up of shit tomorrow. Yeah, we would discombobulate shit tomorrow. So with that being said, I sure appreciate all the new members, all the reoccurring members. Salty, thank you for the mass membership dispersal. Tiffany, thank you for the mass membership dispersal. We love all of you individually, all the people that contributed to the stream this evening. It's people like you that keep this thing going around. And I will say that I think probably sometime in early December, you could expect Penny Keys to be in Tennessee. And that's all I have to say. With that being said, Jody Stool, remember, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Thank you all. Have a great night.
Good night.